Oh, welcome back, everyone. Hello, hello. Afternoon session has begun. Hey James, how's it going, buddy? Oh. Who's ready for the afternoon sesh? Hey, Jimbo! 15 months. Thank you, buddy. Welcome back. Yeah, hope everyone's doing well. F1's underway, as we know. Hey, Levy. Hello, Jordan. Welcome back. Welcome back. No cars out on circuit yet. Session's been underway for about 3 minutes, nearly. Just over 2 minutes. And, yeah, still waiting for the first car to go out on track. What's been really interesting is that in the break, obviously there's been lots of talk about the Flexi-wings and what obviously that's going to do when that technical directive comes in about it being, of course, changed and limited. And I saw a video of Red Bull's Flexi-wing, and boy, does it bend. Wow. So, yeah, no worries, James. See you later, mate. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for dropping the membership. What country? Vandenberg is Belgian? Belgian? Belgium, do you come from, maybe? I'm still on babysitting duties as well. She's down here at the moment. Bouncer. Esteban Ocon is jumping into the car. So he'll be participating this afternoon. Almost. Ooh, I'm close. Austrian? Austria close to Belgium? But what are we expecting this afternoon then? Track temperature is consistent with what well, a bit cooler than it was earlier actually. A bit cooler. Air temperature is maintaining where it was, mid 15 degrees Celsius. So, no. Oh, go on then, spoil it for me. Dutch. One more guess. Dutch. Netherlands. Come on, we want cars out on track. Come on, guys, come on. Why are they all just chilling in the pits? I mean, I guess they've got 4 hours to crack on, haven't they? Well, 3 hours 55 now, but... Verstappen's going to be in the car. I suspect Lando will be as well. I'm waiting confirmation of that. The Mercedes, they've got the whole front end of the Mercedes off, so that's not going to be going out anytime soon. Dutch, yes, okay. I thought Dutch was the easy option. I decided to be a bit clever. Okay. Good morning, Sid. It's good to have open wheelers testing. It is indeed. Yeah, welcome, buddy. Afternoon for me. Well, is it morning still? It is still. No, it's afternoon now, isn't it? After 12 o'clock. So, yes, just after 12 now. So, welcome, welcome. Yes, and welcome back, everyone. We'll be with you until 4 p.m. UK time. So, yes, 3 hours 54 from now. If you're hearing some squills and stuff in the background and some moans, that's my little one off screen. I'm waiting for the missus to get back from a treatment, so I'm on babysitting duties at the moment. She's alright. She's chill. Afternoon, Ant. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. But at the moment, from what I'm seeing on the TV coverage, everyone has got their front end off the car. And they're all doing works to the car. So that is why no one is out on circuit at the moment, which is a little bit boring. Good man, good man. Hey. What? You getting tired? Little one's getting tired. Put her down soon. But it's very windy out there. 7.2 miles per hour wind. That was something that they were definitely worried about earlier on. So I am, Anthony. Don't worry. It's all good. Balance right. She just wants attention at the moment. I'm gonna have to pick her up. Come here, little. Make another appearance. You just want screen time, don't you? Oh no. Just thrown up. Lovely. Lovely. You find that funny, do you? There we go. There we go. Just chill for a little bit until Mummy gets home. Oh. Who's my favourite driver? Probably Lewis Hamilton. I support the Brits kind of the most. Big fan of Lando and do like George Russell as well. But Lewis Hamilton's probably the one I've grown up watching, of course. So, you know, I support the most. How's life for me and the family? Yeah, really good, thanks, Ant. Yeah, she's doing really well. Growing up quick. So, yeah, no, they're all good. Thanks for asking. Hope you're good too. Oh, George Russell is... just got a... Is he going in the car? Has he got overalls on? Yes, George is going in the car, but he's not going in it just yet because they're doing lots of work to that Mercedes. Is anyone actually going to come out onto the grid though? It doesn't look like yet. They're all doing works to the car still. So, all come back from lunch. It started now, Cyril. It started now. I know. Where are they? But no one's out on track yet. They're all doing works to the car. Of course, they only get an hour for their lunch break. So everyone's no doubt just come back from lunch. And they're working on the cars now. So, yeah, I'm surprised no one's ready to at least go out and do some running right this second. But I know. Where are they? You tell them. But yeah, the morning session was a bit interesting. Behrman decided to do a considerable amount of laps, but not very quickly, which was intriguing from Haas. Obviously, some specific data points they're looking for and want to analyse. Antonelli, good from him. Obviously, top of the timing sheets with 78 laps completed, the most out of everyone. So good for him. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Good for Kimi. And then Lawson looked comfortable. Good start for Lawson. Of course, he had a wobble over the turn 3 curb. And, yeah, spun, but held the spin. So, yeah, he qualified. Well, was it qualified? Why am I saying qualified? It's testing. Finished P2. Albon, not too bad from him either. Who do I think will be fastest? What, this week? I don't know, really. I don't think it really matters too much. It wouldn't surprise me if, like, Verstappen ended up putting in a decent lap time towards the end of the week, especially if he's feeling angry of how the car feels. He'll want to go out there and just do something that's quick to feel a bit of confidence in the car. But, yeah, doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Will we see some quali times? Not sure. I think they always try and avoid that to hide true pace. Hey! Alright. Looking at. What do you want? What do you want to grab? You think Carlos, what will be quickest? Not in the Williams, I don't think. I mean, who knows? If the teams are still sandbagging, Williams could put in a real quick time, but I don't think so. My co-host has made some great points about the Red Bull Flexi-wing. I know. She's my first special guest of this week. I know. Have you seen that? What do you think of the Red Bull Flexi-wing? It's going to cause them some real problems moving forward. Oh, really? Really? Okay, yeah. I mean, it's very flexible. It is very flexible, but yeah, I can see why they might say they're. I mean, it's easy to fix, but it's not just the. It's just not the fix of the wing itself. It's the everything that goes on behind that front wing, because obviously the front wing is what initially displaces the air. It's the first point of contact and affects everything that goes on behind it. So yeah, we'll see if Red Bull have said they're a bit okay. Ferrari sandbagging. Yeah, I don't think anyone's particularly sandbagging at the moment. I think they've just gone out there and done some runs. Oh, I'll tell you what, the clouds don't look too pretty out there. I know, terrible weather. So I slipped through the AM test. Who did what? Yeah, I mean, Hamilton looked comfortable in the car. It looked a lot more planted. It looked more comfortable. I mean, what's a positive for Hamilton is that it did what he wanted him to do. Whenever I saw the onboards, it looked like the car really turned into the corners nice. What do you want, Muffet? Teething, aren't you? Yeah, you're getting tired. You're getting tired. We'll put you down to sleep soon. Got to make it to past. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of multitasking here at the moment. Whoever says men can't do two things at once, you know? Yeah, Piastri, I mean, they were definitely sandbagging at McLaren, I think. They really didn't want to show that any kind of pace at all. It took Piastri quite a long time to even rack up those laps in the end. Hamilton, yeah, as we were mentioning, looked good in the Ferrari, which is positive for him. Jack Doohan looked to be comfortable as well in the car and showed a bit more promise. Of course, important for him to get as many laps under his belt as possible to try and showcase that if he does get removed from Alpine, he is good enough to be given another opportunity elsewhere. So Flexi-wings should not be banned, to be honest. It should be where it is now. Isn't that why the engineers exist to invent? Yeah, I don't know the premise behind removing them, Minder, to be perfectly honest with you. I'll have to do some research into it. Obviously, it was against the spirit of the regulations, but then they decided to clarify it, didn't they? And then now they've decided to remove it after saying, yeah, no, it's fine. The other team, like, I think they gave like a certain that they went, oh yeah, we're going to test more for them, and the load testing is going to be a bit more. And yeah, I guess obviously there's limitations. Safety, there's always safety reasons behind it as well. But yeah, I'll actually have to do some research into what is the whole Flexi-wing debacle. But yeah, Red Bull have definitely got a Flexi-wing, that's for sure. But I don't think, and Mercedes also had pretty much of a pretty Flexi wing as well. Theirs looks to be bending quite a bit, but they haven't really made too much fuss about that having to be removed in 8 races time, so we'll see. Charles Leclerc is getting his overalls and helmet on, guys. We're going to see cars out on track very shortly, very, very shortly. Haven't seen any images of Max yet, though. Yeah, no signs of Max yet. So I think everyone, I believe everyone, so Bortoletto's definitely getting in the car. I think everyone who participated this morning is not in the car this afternoon. So those who missed out this morning will be in the car this afternoon. So I think they put a certain allowance for how much the wing can flex, but I may be wrong. Yeah, no, that definitely seems to be the case, because that was the thing, isn't it? Is that there was, as long as they passed the FIA testing, which apparently they said wasn't like, that was Red Bull's kind of thing, is that it was passing tests, but about McLaren, sorry. Red Bull's issue with the McLaren was that it was passing tests, but it's against the spirit of why is that allowed. So now there's like higher load testing on the wings. But I think the actual rule itself is that they have to remove Flexi wings, and it's going to be a lot more stringent in 8 races time. Got loads of stuff on your face. There we go. Oh no! Oh, that's why, because you've thrown up a little bit. Okay. Just getting cranky. It's time for an afternoon nap, I think, in a minute. Yeah. I'm tired. Right, as no cars are out on circuit right this second, guys, I'm going to go just put her down to sleep. I'll be back in a couple of minutes because she goes to sleep on her own, which is really, really handy. So, yeah, and hopefully by the time I get back, which won't be very long, there'll actually be cars out on track. So, back in a sec, guys. Oh, by the way, 10% chance of rain this afternoon is what I've just seen. Don't see that often at Bahrain, do you? Hey, JT, back in a sec, mate. Just putting little one down to sleep. Out on circuit yet? Where are the cars? Why is no one out on circuit? Come on. Oh. Normally she goes down really well on her own, but we'll see. We'll see. Morning, Rab. Good to see you, mate. Apologies, I did see your message earlier on about who the new co-host was. Co-host has gone for a nap. Do I think Lewis will fight for the championship? I personally think if he gets along with the car, he can wipe the floor in terms of pace. Yeah, look, I think he can. I really do. I'm not going to say he will, but I think he can. It's all dependent on the car, and I think there's multiple drivers that can fight for a world championship this year. It's good, just as it is every single year. It's all dependent on whether they've got the car or not. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it truly is the case this year with how close it's going to be. The teams haven't sat still. They've made changes to their cars. McLaren have, I think, made alterations to their suspension, as have Ferrari, going from push rod to pull rod, which is a big risk, really. They believe it's got a performance improvement in it. They wouldn't do it otherwise. So, yeah, I think, personally, going back to Lewis, he is going to be he's in a very different headspace at Ferrari. It's a fresh new start for him. And that mentality of being just happier a team and happier with the machinery underneath you is going to be massive, absolutely massive. As I think we have a car going out on circuit 20 minutes into this afternoon session, and Isaac Hadjar is about to get out and set his first laps of the 2025 season in the RB car. Of course, it's not his first time in an F1 car. He has been in the Red Bull car doing some rookie testing throughout the last season. And here he is. We have an F1 car out on circuit. Woo! And just like London buses, you wait for one for ages, and then two come along at the same time, because Esteban Ocon is now out on circuit for his first few laps in an official... Well, actually, he's done laps already, isn't he? No, actually, was he able to? He did do laps for Haas, didn't he? In the post-season testing. So, yeah, Ocon, for this season at least, setting his first laps in the Haas. And there we go. Two cars out on track, guys. But yes... Lewis will be in a much better headspace. He'll be very driven, and hopefully we're able to see Lewis Hamilton fight consistently for race wins again in a championship. And look, even if he fights for a championship, is unable to win, I think we want to see the best drivers fight for championships, and I still think Lewis is a top driver. So, as a big fan of Red, Lewis needs to be fast next year. This year, he just needs to find his feet, set the table for 26. I agree to some extent, Sid. However, time is not on Lewis's side. That's the difference. If he was 36, mid-30s, you could say that. But he's 40. Time isn't on his side. He's probably got 4 years max, maybe, left. If he's putting in good performances, that is. So, hey Glenn, good to see you again, mate. Where do I think Williams will, in particular, and Alpine could possibly fight for 5th and 6th in the Constructors' Championship? Ooh, Alpine, I don't have much faith for. I have more faith in Gasly, but Alpine in itself, I don't know. They're a real weird one for me this year. While they ended last season well, they're evidently, I think, still trying to look to sell the team. And they started last year off poorly. They ended the year much better. I still think Gasly will perform pretty well and get some good points. But I just don't know. Yeah, it's a strange one. I think they're another one that may be focusing more on 26 and just trying to sell the team, really. But them selling the team, if their team finishes up in 5th and 6th in the championship in constructors, we are positive for them. But we'll see. Agreed, JT. Yeah, they really are. They really are. Massively inconsistent. It's now or never for Lewis. Yeah, I mean, well, look, he's got 7 world championships. It's not necessarily now or never, but yeah, in particular with his Ferrari career, he needs to try and hit the ground running as much as possible. He won't be thinking about how he's got X amount of time to sort this out. No, he really needs to try and get off to a good start and go from there. So, and look, if 25, doesn't go well for him, then 26 is another form of a reset. But he'll be looking at wanting to win races and fight for a championship this year, just like he does every year. And when we look back into Ferrari's history, it's not often they turn up with a messed up car. They fumble with strategies, and Lewis arriving there will definitely change the dynamic. I disagree to some extent. Ferrari have turned up to the start of a season with a poor car before. Poor in relative terms to their competitors who they're fighting for a world championship for, but Ferrari have never really been truly one to develop well throughout a season. Now, last year was a bit of a surprise because I think they definitely did develop well throughout this. Well, I say they developed well throughout the season. Their first development, their big one, but they brought to Barcelona, was a massive failure. And they were quite stagnant until they brought their upgrade package to Monza. And then after that, they ended the season arguably the strongest team. However, they have turned up to the start of a season before quite poor, and then they don't develop well. Ferrari, you feel like always need to hit the ground running to win a Constructors or a Drivers' World Championship. And, well, it's been a long time since they've done that as well. Hey Jacobs, all the way from the Philippines. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. Hit that like button, guys, if you haven't already, and subscribe too. We'll be here, of course, for the remainder of the season and the next 2 days. I think someone was playing what with one of the caps. I think tactically all top teams will sandbag now till their true times will be seen at Melbourne. Yeah, Shri, I agree. Well, I agree to an extent. I think McLaren will sandbag more than the others. I think we'll see a bit of true pace from Ferrari and Red Bull, and Mercedes. But I think McLaren are the ones who probably sandbag the most. But we'll see. We'll see. As Verstappen, your 4-time consecutive world champion, is now out for his first laps in testing, guys. After Lewis is gone, who could possibly replace him at Ferrari? I think Ollie Behrman. I think that's kind of their ideal plan, is that Behrman, who is 19, stays at Haas for a couple of years, or as long as Hamilton is at Ferrari for. I think realistically, 4 years is the most that Lewis will be at Ferrari. As I said, he's 40. He'll be 44 be 44. And I think Ollie Behrman then will be 23. And their plan is for him to join alongside Charles Leclerc, if Charles Leclerc is still there. stranger things have happened in F1. They could go for a completely new driver lineup. But I think the natural successor to Lewis Hamilton would be Ollie Behrman. So I think by then, Charles will be, what, 30? Is he 26 now? So, because I think Lewis has got a 2 + 2 year deal. So he's got 2 years with 2-year option. I don't think he's got a 3-year with a 1-year option. So, yeah. Charles is 28 this year, is he? Oh, wow, he's a bit older than I thought. Okay, so he'll be 32, Charles. I mean, 32 isn't old. I'm 33. So 32 is definitely not old. But yes, I think that's what will happen. Ideally. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. Someone could become available on the market. Max Verstappen even. They might go for Max, and Charles may get fed up at Ferrari and leave, or where. I don't know. But I think, yeah, in an ideal world, they'll want Charles still there, and they'll want Ollie Behrman alongside him. He's come through the whole Ferrari system as well. Max might retire by 33. What, because his number's 33? I think for Max, it'll be very... Max wants to fight for world titles. And look, he is a very quick driver, which means that he can basically kind of demand a seat anywhere, really. Like, if he puts himself out there in the market and says he wants to leave Red Bull, whatever, or puts the feelers out there, he won't be short of suitors, that's for sure. And he'll be able to jump into another team that is expected to fight for world championships every year. But if he goes years without a world championship, or at least fighting for a world championship, fighting for a world championship is the minimum for him. Of course, he wants to win it. Then, yeah, you can see him giving up F1 pretty quickly and heading to do endurance racing and other things in motorsport. Max and Charles would be a dream team, but quite chaotic. Oh, I think it'd be great for fans to watch, but I think it would be the worst team. It'd be terrible to have those two as teammates. It could be Piastri's year to shine. Potentially, yeah, he's made progression. It's his third year now. First and second year were good. Oh, yes, she's asleep. First year was decent, but obviously showed the standard hallmarks of like what a rookie does, struggling with tyre management and so forth. He improved on that in last year, but still wasn't consistent enough across the season. And then, yeah, I assume he's going to keep on that progression this year. And if he does, then he's definitely going to be in for a shout and definitely going to be a multiple race winner this year. Bortoletto out for his first laps as well in the Stake F1 car. Your current back-to-back F3 and F2 champion. So very highly rated. Last driver to do that was Oscar Piastri, the man we were just talking about, who actually, Bortoletto left McLaren, didn't he? He was a McLaren junior driver, but because there was no way forward for him at McLaren because of Piastri and Norris taking up those seats and signing long-term deals, Bortoletto decided to leave to Stake F1, and rightfully so, make the good decision to get on the grid. Of course, Stake F1 going to become Audi, but you need really to be on the grid. You don't want to be waiting for a seat. You have to take the opportunity whenever it presents it to you, even if that team may be more towards the back. Max and Charles would be a smaller version of Senna and Prost. Yeah, or Alonso and Hamilton. Are the conditions slower than the morning session? Shouldn't be. Should be about the same. I'm looking at the air temp and the track temp. It's pretty consistent from earlier on. The wind has dropped now. It was about 7 miles per hour when we started this stream. So in half an hour, it's dropped a few miles per hour. And it should be quicker, really, because the track has rubbered in. Because you've had the morning session of rubber laid down. So, but Charles Leclerc out on circuit. Woo! We've actually got cars out on circuit. And we're awaiting Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Lando Norris, who I'm yet to see yet. Pierre Gasly I have seen. He is definitely driving this afternoon. Oh, he's out on track. Sorry, speaking of the devil, he's out on track. That's where I've seen him. And then, yeah, still waiting to see Norris, Stroll, Sainz. Hang on. Norris is out this afternoon. I've just heard confirmation from the TV coverage from Ted Kravitz. Sorry, best race of last season, Jacob. Oh. I think personally, there was a few, weren't there? People will call me biased, but I personally think the race that I enjoyed the most last season, because there was so much that happened, was Silverstone. British bias! Oh my god, such a Hamilton fan! But while obviously the Hamilton story was great, the race itself, I think, was once again Silverstone just delivered. The changeable conditions, the fact of that there were multiple leaders, the balls up in strategy from McLaren, and Max Verstappen's charge at the end and doing a completely different strategy to everyone else. Like, I feel like there was just so much that happened in that race. And it just provided, I know many will say Brazil because of Max Verstappen's drive, but I feel like that was just more kind of like chaotic, really, more so than Silverstone, which was like goodwill to a racing again, and chaotic in a different sense, but less, considerably less so than what we got at Brazil. What other race did I particularly enjoy? Can't remember. I really enjoyed Austria as well. Austria was really good with Lando and Max coming to a head there. That was really enjoyable to watch. Red Bull Ring always delivers. Those two tracks, I feel like Silverstone and Red Bull Ring, they always deliver, which is great. Qatar, you really enjoyed Qatar? Yeah, that was an interesting one. Yeah, with the penalties and stuff. I feel like the racing in itself was a bit meh, though, to be honest with you. I feel like the racing was a bit boring. It's the only reason why I would put Qatar up there. Emilia, yeah, so Imola and Brazil. Yeah. Thank you, Trudy. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Kota. Yeah, Circuit Americas was interesting. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, what other races did we have last year? I'm drawing an absolute blank. It was such a long season, wasn't it? I mean, personally, for me, it was Monaco. What a race. I'm jesting, guys. I'm jesting. I think Vegas was a good race as well, you know. That was quite a surprising race. I did enjoy, I mean, coincidentally, obviously it's Lewis Hamilton, but I did feel like the Belgian race, Spa, was good. I really enjoyed Baku because to see it's been a long time, considering how difficult it is to run in the dirty air of these cars now. I did really enjoy Oscar Piastri and Charles Leclerc's battle for the lead. Like, it's not often that you see two drivers like within DRS for 20 or more laps, like 30 or more laps, because of how the dirty air works now with these cars. So yeah, I really enjoyed that race. And then of course the end with the collision with Sainz and Perez was having a good race that weekend. Yeah, I enjoyed Baku. Was disqualification all the end? Oh, what with Mexico? Spa was actually great. Yeah, I think Spa was good. Yeah, I enjoyed Spa. Not as many overtakes, but I think because of how the race panned out and so forth, I think it was interesting. Street circuits weren't great. Jeddah, Singapore, Monaco. No, not really. What happened at Singapore? I can't remember what happened at Singapore. Oh, that was Lando just driving off into the distance, wasn't it? Can't remember the track that won with Max. Yeah, that was Brazil. Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, Jacob, it definitely wasn't the like the year before, was it? When we had four drivers neck and neck. So, Charles Leclerc and Pierre Gasly out there. Max Verstappen only did, he's done 4 laps, as you can see there. We have Is that a bit off-putting for you guys, the laps, where it is, the lap counter? I feel like that's a bit off-putting. I feel like I'm going to move that to over here so that you guys know how many laps they've actually done. I feel like that's a bit annoying. We're going to move that to there. There we go. I think that's a bit better. How do they measure track temperature? What they've got a guy with his cheek to the tarmac, and he's going, yeah, feels about 15.1 degrees. Now it's gone up another decimal place. To be honest, I actually don't know. I presume they've got a thermometer somewhere on a designated point of the track. Abu Dhabi was also not eventful after the first lap with Verstappen dive bomb. Yeah, and that's the typical Abu Dhabi race, to be honest with you. It's an absolute travesty that Abu Dhabi is the last race of the season. I have done a video on this, and you can go check it out. Max Verstappen is now out of the pit lane for some more laps. I did a video on why Interlagos should be the last race of every single F1 season. It has been the finale 6 times, I think 7 times, and it has provided every single time. But Interlagos just doesn't provide the bucks, does it? Unfortunately, whereas Abu Dhabi does. But yeah, a lot of politicians do that as well. That's true, Glenn. Why does no one ever show the actual cars, Denesia? That's because copyright. So the rights of the images are owned by the TV by F1 and the TV companies that have paid a substantial amount of money to showcase those images, like Sky TV. So yes, if we were to show those, we would get taken down. So yeah, this is the next best thing. So, which race would be an ideal season opener? I mean, I do like Bahrain. I think when the problem is with the season opener is that you never know. You could have a great track, but you could have it start at Silverstone, but we wouldn't necessarily have good racing because the teams, there's so much unknown with the first race, with reliability, with setup and performance. So I feel like Bahrain is a good opener because of the fact that you can overtake here, and we have had good opening races here, but yeah, it's a tough one really, having a good first race of the season. How do I create an F1 watch along? This is user review through Multiviewer, and yeah, just got a YouTube channel and set it up. Streamlabs, OBS. So then, is that what you were saying? Do they only send 2 at a time? What do you mean in regards to 2 at a time? What, 2 cars out on track at a time? If that's the question that you're asking, that's just because there just happens to be 2 cars out on track at this moment. Earlier on, we had no, yeah. So earlier on, any amount of car can get of the cars can get out on track. Not all teams are able to be out there not all drivers are able to be out there at one time though. So they've only got 1 car from each team out there at one time. So 10 at the most. But we can have 10 cars out there at one time. Silverstone season opener would be trash because of the weather in the UK itself. Exactly, and I just feel like Silverstone and Red Bull Ring, they're positioned very well in the middle of the season where the teams have developed more of their cars, they understand them better, and that's why we get good racing at those circuits. If you move the more racier track to the start of the season, I don't think it would necessarily provide the same entertainment and drama and good racing that we get where they currently see in the calendar. Yes, only 1 driver per team. So testing works, but basically you have an AM session and a PM session, 4 hours each over 3 days, which we will be live for. And the way it works is that the teams, it's up to their own discretion which driver does which session. A driver can do a whole day if he wants to, or they could split it up like every team has decided to do here today. So yeah, I think maybe over the next couple of days we might see one driver do the whole day, but personally that's quite a long time. 8 hours of track time. Obviously they're not out there for 8 hours, but it's still quite a long day. So yeah, that's pretty much how it works. And then what you'll also notice as well, and something to keep an eye out for, guys, in regards to lap times. Of course, there's so many variables as to why lap times are the way they are. It can be due to engine modes being turned down, battery modes, fuel load, etc. If you want to know, every 10 kilograms of fuel equates to an extra 3/10 of lap time. So a fully fueled car is going to be considerably slower, understandably, than a car that's, say, on quali fuel. But tyres, they're able to test all compounds of tyres here this weekend from C1 to C6. And, well, at Bahrain, generally it's quite a high abrasive circuit, so we have the hardest compound of tyre that's able to be used, the C1 to the C3. And, well, this week, if you look at where you've got kind of the brackets around the medium and the hard, so as an example here, we have the hard compound tyre has these two kind of brackets around them, and this one has the brackets without the wings, shall we say, the wings. The ones that have the wings on them are the ones that are a step softer. So in effect, we have 2 hard compound tyres, 2 mediums and 2 softs to use this week. And, well, the ones that have the wings on them are the softer set of the 2. So C1, C2, and then you've got C3, C4 are the mediums, and C5 and C6 are the softs. And, well, if you think of it this way, the medium compound tyre without the brackets on, which is this one here that Alonso set a time on earlier, or what Gasly is on at the moment, that is the soft compound tyre that would be used in the race at Bahrain. This one's the medium, and this one's the hard. So a bit to get your head around. If you're thinking what that maybe is and you want some assistance with that, head to Pirelli. You can either join my Discord in the description below, where I've posted the Pirelli graphics of the tyre allocations and of the tyres that are being used here this week. So, hope that makes sense. Tell them to start testing, yeah. Will the W16 challenge for more race wins than last season? I'm going to say yes, but I still don't think it's going to be a lot. I still think Mercedes are they've ballsed up this regulation set, and I still think they're just a year behind in development to everyone else. But we'll see. Would it be better to start the season on dedicated tracks or street circuits? What is your thoughts? I think a combination of the two is good. Just don't overload one or the other, to be honest. Or just don't overload it with street circuits, because I prefer normal racing circuits to street circuits. What's my favourite team? I don't really have favourite teams. I guess my favourite team has always been McLaren, because I grew up watching them. I grew up watching Mika Hakkinen, who's my all-time favourite driver. Of course, Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button and that. I mean, I wasn't really into F1 or remember in the early 90s watching Senna and stuff. I was obviously a little baby. But yeah, I think probably a strong affinity to McLaren. But I guess I'm closer to supporting drivers than I am teams, to be honest with you. I have soft spots for teams, really. So, how do the aero rakes pick up data? Oh, I'm not entirely sure how they work, but they have sensors on them. I think basically they're like a rake, obviously like squares and stuff, and they have sensors positioned at the intersections of those, and I think they're the ones that measure all the aero and things. I think that's how it works. Your favourite are Ferrari and Red Bull, but I think they're all great teams. Nice. How many races should there be in a year? 20, probably. 10 either side of the summer break. I think that's probably a sweet number. But spin. Oh, Isaac Hadjar. Very well controlled. How did he do that? On the exit of turn 4. Isaac Hadjar. Both. That's two drivers from the Red Bull system spinning their car today. Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar. Very well caught. Very well caught. They might have been asked earlier in the stream already, but do I think Hamilton has a chance of getting his 8th with Ferrari this year? Yeah, it has been asked. Of course, it's going to be a popular question, Pars, but I'll answer it again. I think yes, if he's provided a car to do so. That's the big question for a number of these drivers. For Lando, Piastri, Verstappen, Leclerc, George Russell. I'm ruling out Lawson and Antonelli because they're rookies and I don't expect them to be able to compete with those even if they had the car to do so. But yeah, I think Lewis is revitalised, moving to Ferrari. He spent 3 years at Mercedes where he was very low. And yeah, I mean, the hype of joining Ferrari and just everything surrounding his move there, I think he feels confident. So, and the car looked good in his hands earlier. But you won't know until the first few races. So, Gaming, if you head to the Real Life Racing channel, head to Real Life Racing channel, and then I've got it there. Why does it look like Verstappen has stopped? He's not stopped. He's out there on circuit at the moment. It's all good. Hey, Lumpy. Yeah, she's doing really well, thank you. She made an appearance on stream earlier. Yeah, she's doing very well. Thanks for asking. Damn, I need to get a new bobblehead Hamilton in red. Yeah. She's asleep. I put her down at 15:15. She was getting really cranky. Starving. Always, Pars. Always here to have discussion. I am going to be putting up my predictions video later on this evening. So I filmed it before testing. And I've tried to base... It's a really tough one this year. It really is, because it's going to be very... I mean, we're all hoping it's going to be very close at the top of the standings. But even for the midfield as well, like, you don't realise until you try and predict where 20 drivers are going to finish how much, obviously, can change and how you're trying to base your decisions around the logic. That's what I'm trying to do anyway with my predictions here. You can check that out this evening. Did Max put himself through a drive-through? I don't think so. Don't think so. But interesting, Gasly. I mean, that's an indication of like the stat. That's an indication of, well, potentially the who knows the amount of fuel they've got in the car and so forth. But the track, I think, is getting quicker. As you can see, Gasly went up to the top of the timing standings there into P2 and Verstappen's P3 as well. So, whereas everyone else is still interested in, we haven't got Norris, Sainz or Russell out there yet. Oh, George Russell, speaking of the devil, George Russell is making his way down to the end of the pit lane at the moment. But yeah, the track is definitely quicker than it was this morning, I think. Unless they're just running less fuel, but we'll see. So brackets brackets is the softer version of the tyre. Yes. Yeah, that's all you need to think of, really. How do I assess the W16 this season? For Mercedes, it's a bit too early to say. It's well too early to say. I mean, look, let's be honest. We're in cooler track conditions, and where did the Mercedes perform best at last season? In cooler track conditions. So testing should be good for them, but as soon as it kind of got above 20 degrees, they really struggled. So yeah, for Mercedes, they probably would be hoping that they'd have some warmer climate this week, so that they could test that out and see if they've made improvements. But yeah, do I sim race? Yes, I do lots of sim racing. You can check that out on the channel, Becca. Partnered up with VRS Racing, Virtual Racing School. So yeah, I love my open wheel racing, predominantly on iRacing. And yeah, I've had the fortune of racing a few F1 drivers. I've actually gone wheel to wheel with Kimi Antonelli, and he actually crashed into me. Yes, wasn't my fault. He crashed into me. Couldn't get round my perfect defence. So is Anthony the fastest car so far? Antonelli is, yes, he is. Yeah, up in P1. I wonder how much impact Nui would have on the Astons this year. I don't think he'll have... I mean, I can imagine he'll have some input, but I don't think he'll have too much. I think all his resource will be put into 2026. But yeah, I mean, you'd rather have Nui than not have Nui, as we mentioned earlier on in the stream. But, oh, lovely. Look at this. Service with a smile. A monster as well. Oh, thank you. I've never seen it poured out of the can before. That's why it looks weird. Simply lovely. Lunch is served. Lovely. Excuse me, guys. Just I'm starving. Kimi put in a good lap. Yeah, he did put in a good lap. The important thing for Kimi is that obviously being a brand new driver, I mean, he's covered a considerable amount of mileage already in the older Mercedes team cars. So he's done a lot of prep, a lot more than a lot of rookies do, which kind of puts into. I mean, that's how much faith, I guess, Mercedes and Toto Wolff have in Antonelli, but is that they gave him so much of like a testing program, which not many drivers get. 78 laps for him is really good, and a bit of a confidence booster as well. Whether we dissect the lap times or not, can't really dissect them too much. Him finishing that morning session at the top of the standings will be even a confidence booster. No doubt people will play it down, but still. Hopefully that's not making too much noise when I'm eating crisps. Where can you get overlays for my gaming? RaceLab apps. Nui is a race day guy. They will benefit from his weekend optimization for sure. Yeah, I mean he'll be able to just tell them which direction not to go in instantly. He'll be able to go, yeah, don't go that way. So yeah, obviously ground effect area is his thing, but they're going to be focusing. They can start developing the aero and chassis, I think, from next month or April for the 2026 regs. So no doubt, a lot of his focus is going to be on that. Go ASMR. Sim racing. Watch Super GT. Oh, nice. Am I good? Yeah, I'm good. I'm not like as fast as the top guys, but I like to think I'm like level below it. But yeah, majority on iRacing, and yeah, I do like Super Formula, do some LMDH stuff as well. So. I am from the UK, just outside London. And chips in the UK are called fries. Yeah, terminology. I never really got around that. One crazy prediction for this season. We gave a crazy prediction earlier on. You want me to repeat it? Do you guys want to hear? Let me just take another bite of my wrap. Hang on. My crazy prediction is that Liam Lawson will win more races this year than Max Verstappen. I'll see myself out. Do I think it will happen? No. But that's a crazy prediction for you. It's just a crazy prediction. there is a bit of logic behind it. There's a bit of logic. So why could it happen? I'm not saying it will. Why could it happen? Well, Red Bull could not be at the races this season. They could be the fourth fastest car. And their battles could be primarily fighting just for a podium with Mercedes, or maybe every race here or there, they're quite quick. Similar to like what Mercedes were, but I think they'll still be better than what Mercedes were last season. And Liam Lawson, I think, is a super adaptable driver. I think he's going to do better than any of his predecessors in that second seat alongside Max. And I think Red Bull are going to give him the support. I think they do really think Lawson is the future of Red Bull. And I think he's going to win races this year. But I don't think Red Bull are going to win many races. It really wouldn't surprise me if out of the 24, they only win 3 of them. And Lawson could win 2 out of them, and Max only wins 1. And I also think Max, if things don't go... We saw an insight to it last year. If things don't go his way this year, we could see Mad Max. And we could start to see the breakdown in the relationship with Red Bull. We've seen it with Vettel when he was a 4-time world champion. And that relationship kind of came to an end. And they were... Obviously, it was a new regulation set, so it's kind of a bit different. They fumbled the bag there. But at the end of the day, Red Bull last season, while Max still did win Qatar, evidently the car wasn't at the races, and I think it's going to be even poorer than it was last year in relative terms to the teams around. And I think Liam's going to do a lot better. I don't think Liam will do better than Max over the course of the season. I still don't even believe that crazy prediction, to be honest with you. You wanted a crazy prediction. That's what I came up with on the spot earlier on. But there is a little bit of logic behind it. So, still don't think it will happen, though. But if it does happen, you heard it here first. Do I think Red Bull is sandbagging? Look, I don't think anyone's sandbagging at the moment, to be honest with you. The only one I think who did sandbag was McLaren and Haas. But yeah, I think everyone's just doing normal runs at the moment, just gathering data as per they want. We'll see at the end of the day if McLaren. And if Lando is around where Piastri is by the end of the day, then yes, they've sandbagged. Same as Esteban Ocon with Behrman, because Behrman was 4 seconds off of the fastest lap and refused to do anything quicker than that. And he did 72 laps, which is a lot of laps. So clearly a conscious decision by Haas to do that. And similar with Piastri as well, like 6.5 tenths back from Antonelli. And yet he did 66 laps, so he's not that far off of the amount of laps Antonelli did. So, yeah. I mean, it's not all about top speed. There's so much that they're going to be looking into in regards to testing, looking at future parts. Obviously, they've got parts that no doubt they want to put on the car, but they haven't shown anyone yet, and see whether or not if that actually has the right effect. Someone may have back at the factory or in design have an idea on implementing a design. And Carlos Sainz is out on track, by the way, and very interesting flow vis they've got there. Red flow vis on that blue Williams actually looks quite nice compared to the green one. But yeah, crazy prediction with no logic. Stroll. You need to be in an alternate universe for that to happen. Nobody's bag sounded. But yeah, sorry. I got sidetracked. I think there's a real potential for that relationship with Red Bull to break down. We know it's not overly great between his dad and Christian Horner. And I think his dad in particular, who does have a bit of a big mouth, will be looking at any opportunity to kind of steer his son away from that Red Bull team, especially at the first opportunity that he notices that team is not going to win races on the regular and fight for world championships. So yeah, I really do see that Max will be there for 2026 because it's a new regs. No one knows what can happen. But yeah, it really wouldn't surprise me if you see Max in another team after 2026. So. Oh, nice one. I have no idea where the Blue Mountains are, Alan. Where are the Blue Mountains in New South Wales? Is that New South Wales, NSW? Yeah. Oh. Is that on the east coast? Is that on the east coast of Australia? My geography's not too well with Australia. Hey Victor, Happy New Year. It's nearly March. It's March next week. You're a bit late with a Happy New Year. Happy New Year though, buddy. Blue Mountains is in Sydney, the back of Sydney. Okay, cool. I've never been to Oz, so. Right. How much longer will Fernando stay in F1? Is he 44 now? Or 43? He's turning 44 this year. Well, he's going to be in F1 till at least end of next year. What, Chris, today? Like some pop chip things, barbecue pop chip things that you get in the UK. It's supposed to be like, they're alright. I've never been to any country in Asia. I'd love to. I really would. I mean, I'm a massive foodie, so I'd love to visit Japan and China and Malaysia and Singapore and just try loads of different food. So feels really weird eating on Australian. Apologies, guys. Nando's taking so long. Yeah, it's really odd that he's not actually out on track yet. They're obviously doing something to his car. Oh no, sorry, he is out on track. Apologies. Keep missing them going out on track. Sneakily got out there, but yeah, it's taken him a while to get out on track. Baby's doing very well, thank you. Yep, she made an appearance earlier on. She was my co-host for a brief period. Yeah, she's asleep now, nap time. But yeah, growing quick, 5 months now. Have I ever met any racers? No, not any F1 racers, no. Oh, current or previous. Apologies, current or previous. I've never met any F1 racers, no. I think. I have. There's a current World Endurance Racing champion driver who I've met, Ben Tuck. Met him at a sim racing event, but yeah, no. Never been to an F1 race. No, I get asked this question all the time. I've never been. I am trying to line up. So obviously my day job, I am trying to line up a day out at Silverstone this year. So yeah, that's fingers crossed that happens. Of course, if it depends on what day it would be, but yeah, I would forego a watch-along stream, guys, to go to my first ever F1 race. So I hope you can forgive me if that happens. Come to India, you'll get very different food. Oh, I know, very different food in India. But yeah, no, I'd love to do. I mean, I'd love to go to Japan. Really? Jensen Button and Sebastian Vettel you're named after? Jensen is a good name. Jensen is a good name. As is Seb as well. Which rookie will do best compared to the teammate? Yeah, we discussed this earlier. I think, in relative terms to their teammate, I think Ollie Bearman. I'm intrigued to see how Hadjar gets on against Sonoda. But yeah, I think Ollie Bearman, to be fair. I think there's going to be a real spicy one to keep an eye on this year. Ollie Bearman and Esteban Ocon. I mean, Ocon's got a 100% record of tangling or making contact with his teammate. So, can he keep that 100% record, that faultless record, intact? I'm sure he can. I've got to see them in person bending the laws of physics. It's a sight. Yeah, well, the closest thing I've seen to an F1 car out on circuit is an LMP1 car. So I was fortunate enough to get... Well, I say fortunate. I just purchased tickets for practice to the World Endurance Championship at Silverstone a few years ago. I think it was like 2018, or the last year they was at Silverstone. And it was the last year of the LMP1. And it was like Fernando Alonso was driving it. So back before he returned to F1. And oh my God, them LMP1 cars, I mean, they were on the pace of F1 cars, weren't they? Watching them on the entry to Maggots and Beckett's, I mean, there's a video on my channel where you can see the footage that I recorded. Unbelievable how much downforce. I mean, I saw an LMP1 car overtake comfortably a GT3 around the outside through Maggots and Beckett's, like through the mid corner. I was like, oh, that is unbelievable. Like, just pure performance. Yuki has confirmed this is his last year at Red Bull. He was actually looking at other teams last season, but there was a clause in his contract that Red Bull had to be able to extend his contract for another year, and that's what they did. Still not sure why, but that's what they did. So yeah, Yuki was stalled in regards to being able to move to another team. So this is definitely going to be his last year in F1. F1, not F1, sorry. Don't hold me to that. In the Red Bull system. And then he may line up and move to Aston. Might be a reserve driver for a year. I don't know. He may go somewhere else. But obviously there's that strong link to Honda. And Aston are moving to Honda engines from Mercedes, aren't they? So what sim racing games do I play? Primarily iRacing. I'd like to dabble in a few more different sims. I have downloaded Le Mans Ultimate, actually. I need to just spend when I've got some free time, set it up to see what it's like. But yeah, I just enjoy the online racing of iRacing. Racing the Super Formula car, Super Formula Lights, the LMDH car, like in IMSA series, multiclass racing. So yeah, that's primarily what I play. And so all I do, I am a proper gamer. But I don't really get the time to play games anymore because I love sim racing so much. Do I think F1 has a chance of returning to India? Probably not anytime soon, no. I don't think there's an appetite to go back to India while there isn't an Indian driver in F1. And I think wasn't the reason that it stopped anyway due to the tax, something due to the government implemented tax on F1. Something along those lines. Like it really, there was like a massive tax bill for hosting the F1. India doesn't consider F1 a sport, hence a tax. There you go. Yeah, there we go. I knew it. I knew that was something to do with taxes. So unfortunately, unless there's a real appetite for F1 for like an Indian driver. I mean, the reason we went to Mexico is because of Sergio Perez. The reason we went back to the Netherlands is because of Max Verstappen. So the fact of that F1 will take the sport to countries where there is a massive support for a driver, because they know they're going to get bums on seats, and that's why we don't have, unfortunately, a race in Germany anymore, or currently, because of that reason. Apparently, they say the viewership in Germany has dropped off because there hasn't been a top German driver to support. Obviously, Nico Hülkenberg is there, but he doesn't have the same following as what Nico Rosberg did, Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel. So yes, no, so yeah, they will go to the homeland of the drivers because they'll get bums on seats and get that support. And I think, unfortunately for India, because of the tax situation, who knows, they may waive it because it's very different now. But yeah, I think they would... Oh, Sainz moves up a position there on the hard compound tyre. Yeah, I just don't... Yeah, it's not going to be there anytime soon, unfortunately. So... Hey, Siska. Long time no see. Yeah, good to see you. Only driver in Formula Series is Chris Miney. Yeah. Not exactly close, is he? Endurance races in F1? No. No, there never been endurance races in F1. It's too much stress on the body. It's just not the way the sport works. It doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. Endurance race at Monaco. Car. That's a proper punishment, isn't it? If that's the case. Right. How's Carlos Sainz getting on there? I did a quickish lap, didn't he? He's backed out. Whoa. Purple sector time alert. George Russell, P15 at the moment, a 29.199. That's quickest out of anyone today, even in the first section. No, first session. Let's see what his second sector time is in the Mercedes. On the medium compound tyre, as Charles Leclerc heads up into P4. Is it another purple sector for George Russell? It is indeed. George Russell flying at the moment. Going to set the fastest lap of the race. If he able to race, sorry, I'm getting confused. Of testing on day one, if he's able to navigate the last couple of corners safely. On a fresh set of mediums, which this would be the soft compound tyre in the race weekend at Bahrain. And he smashes it out of the park. A double Mercedes 1-2 in testing. 31-0. So yes, guys, that right there is the equivalent, even though it says medium tyre, that level of compound, the C3, is what the soft compound tyre is at the Bahrain race weekend. So 31-0, not too bad. Not too bad. So, soon damn will be a swear word, I know. Fiddlesticks. It's like a Q1 banker lap, 31-0. Yeah, I mean, you're still quite some way off the pace of pole position, aren't you? 31-0 still isn't going to be get you anywhere really in qualifying, but yeah. That's 4 temps quicker than Antonelli. I mean, it's interesting. The air temperature's come down a bit to 14.8 degrees, as has the track temperature. Nearly 20-0 now. Yeah, 29.17 is pole. Yeah, so you're still some way off. But they're not going to be running quali fuel. He's going to do multiple laps on this. But, yeah. Interesting. Fernando Norris as well. Only done 4 laps thus far. He is out there at the moment. He's on a set of considerably used mediums. Well, softer mediums. So he's on the C4 compound. So this is a compound tyre that is not even used at Bahrain. That's how soft it is. What's my favourite place they're racing this season? Look, British bias, I love Silverstone. It's my favourite track in the world to watch racing and to do sim racing. And I just feel like it never lets us down. I can't remember the last time we had a boring race at Silverstone in F1. I have to go back some years for there to be a boring race there. And yeah, I just always look forward to that swing of Red Bull Ring, Silverstone. Those two tracks in particular just always provide drama. I love it. Do you think refuel would make the race more exciting or the risk of fire too great? I actually think refuel would make, and refueling would actually make the race more boring. Not for the reason of like health and safety and stuff. Yeah, I just think it would make it more boring because, bloody hell, I mean, we don't even get an indication of how much battery usage they've got in their cars. Do you really think the teams would sign on to refueling and allow us fans to know how much fuel they've got in the car? That no way. They're just not going to do that. So it'd make it a more harder watch for us as fans, wondering who's on what amount of fuel. At least with the way it currently is now, you have a maximum allowance of 100 kilograms. Some teams can decide to underfuel the car if they want to, but you're only talking a few kilograms. But for the most part, they might have to go through a management stage throughout the race. But yeah, it would make it incredibly difficult for us to watch as fans, and that was the case back when refueling was a thing. And kind of like the mid to late 2000s. And yeah, I mean, we're not even allowed to know what battery usage they've got on their car. So they're not going to let us know how much fuel they've put in their car, are they? So 2023 was the last boring race in Silverstone. I'm not biting. Get ready for the Red Bull drop-off. Yeah, I think so. I really do. There's just a suspicion, but I don't think they're going to make that much progression over last year, and the other teams are going to make more progression. So they could find themselves consistently fighting Mercedes, or Mercedes even fighting them. So Adrian Newey is the key to their success. Yeah, well, it's not just that as well. I mean, they've lost Adrian Newey, they've lost Jonathan Wheatley as well, who has been at that. I mean, it was essential. He's two of the three that are instrumental in creating Red Bull and to bringing them to where they are today have left within a year, within the same year. Come on, that doesn't happen like out of the blue. That happens because things aren't going well behind the scenes. We know that there's been a power struggle since Dieter Mateschitz passed away. And of course the Horner saga, Horner, that obviously ruffled a few feathers behind the scenes as well. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I think Max will still get the most out of that car, but I think he's going to be hampered quite some bit, and I think McLaren and Ferrari will be picking up where they left off from last season. And who knows, if Mercedes have made any sort of strides forward, then yeah, it could be that Max finds himself fighting barely for podiums. But even with the talent that he has, if you don't have the machinery underneath you, you don't have much hope, do you? 2023 was like a boring year practically everywhere. Brazil was boring in 2023 too. Yeah, I mean, it could have been better, but I still think it was one of the better races. Wonder if Mercedes have something, or if everyone is sandbagging. They're just putting some early lap times down. It makes their drivers feel good as well. You got to remember, like, you have to let your drivers off the leash a little bit. You don't want to sandbag the whole time, because you then come to the race weekends, the first race weekend of the season, and you're like, this car feels absolutely nothing like it did in testing. And you want to build confidence up in your drivers and build up morale. But like, yes, after the first day of testing, we're at the top of the timing sheets, but boy, did that feel good. Like, yeah, I only used the battery for like half a lap, and I only went like full tilt, but half a lap or 3/4 of a lap. But oh, that feels so good. And that's what you need. I know that's what I would want as a driver, for sure. I don't want to be plodding around in testing. Testing can get very boring, even if you're driving an F1 car. I wouldn't want to be just plodding around, just going multiple seconds off the pace that I know I can do. If times are anything to go by, Russell and Max definitely will be rubbing shoulders on track this year. Oh, it's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to happen. They're gonna bang wheels at some point. They've got to. I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. Do I support a driver? Hey, Stephen. Yeah, I mean, primarily I'm a Hamilton fan. Always have been. But I support the Brits kind of first and foremost. I want them to do well. And then I do have other kind of favourites. I do like Leclerc. Really do like Lawson. Oscar Piastri as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm always rooting for Hamilton and like Lando, but ultimately I want to see good racing. I'm a race fan first and foremost. I'm an F1 fan, and I want there to be a great battle for a championship. That's what I want. I get a buzz off of seeing wheel-to-wheel racing. Yeah, that's ultimately what I want to see. Some people may think that's a cop-out answer, but yeah, primarily, I'm always pulling for Hamilton to do well and the Brits, and then yeah, I'm not like overly upset if Hamilton doesn't win a championship or win a race. So maybe Merca faster because of track temp. Oh, there's that as well. But no one's pushing yet. No one's pushing. These cars, 31.0, 31.4s, they're not going to push overly much harder than that. We may see a lap before the session ends in the 30s, but yeah, they're all doing kind of long runs now. I mean, Max is on what would be the medium, or he was what would be on the medium tyre for Bahrain. So yeah, they've all got their run plans that they're sticking to. Great view on it, a fan of the sport in general. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I want. And look, and every team, like there's other drivers there's drivers that I don't like particularly that much, and I'm pulling for kind of like other drivers to win, of course, over them. But at the end of the day, I respect if someone's quick, and I've said it before, Max Verstappen, yeah, openly admit I'm not his biggest fan. However, I don't care if he wins a world championship or wins 8, as long as he's pushed to the limit for every single one of those. And if he wins them on merit, happy days. But I want to see battles for championships, regardless who wins them and who is fighting for it. So yeah, it's interesting they picked Bahrain then Spain. Nice change. Is it really that interesting, Stephen? Or is it because a lot of this was exchanged? Yeah, they paid a pretty penny for the privilege of being the testing and the first race of the season. So, when are they going to push? Difficult to say. What I would say is keep an eye out on when drivers come out of the pits onto a brand new set of tyres. So, like Gasly now. However, he has just come into Isaac Hadjar there. So he might have had this lap compromised, but that's when they're most likely going to have their quickest lap is on a brand new set of tyres. So Gasly is on what would be the soft compound tyre at Bahrain, the Bahrain race weekend, because the medium is the C3 compounds, the one without the in the brackets with the towels there. So let's see how he gets on. So 29.3 in the first sector for him. So yeah, he was hampered a bit, I think, by Ocon and Hadjar there down into the first corner, but he may pick up the pace in the second sector. We'll see as he's got clean air. After Senna's death, no multiple world champion got challenged in all his titles. Oh, what you mean? Every single title that he's competed in? Yeah, I mean, look, every champion has, every multiple world champion has at least one championship where, like, it was a breeze for them. They had no challenge. To Gasly, yeah, no, he's a bit off the pace in this lap. So, compared to his fastest time that he's done. Will we see Aston Martin and Ferrari as the new frontrunners in 2025? Ferrari, yes. Aston Martin, no. Oh, good last sector from Gasly, though. Fastest out of anyone today. Even faster than George Russell earlier on. 300s quicker than George Russell. There is pace out there. There is pace. Aston Martin, I think, are going to struggle this year. I just think they're just not putting any stock into this year. Could be wrong, but I think it's going to be a tough one for them. And I think they're putting all of their eggs into the 2026 basket. Is Max better than Vettel and Alonso? Say yes. They're all very good in their own right. I feel like Vettel maybe doesn't get the appreciation that he deserves as a four-time world champion, and in the manner that he won those. Like, Vettel was like untouchable in those 4 years that he won the title. Frustratingly so, as a younger man I was. Yeah, Max is very, very good in his own right. Very, very good in his own right. And I don't particularly like comparing drivers across generations. It's the same with like golf. Like, I'm a big golfer. Comparing Tiger Woods to Jack Nicklaus, who's the greatest of all time. Like, Jack Nicklaus statistically with the majors is better, but Tiger's won more tournaments and stuff. And it's like, they were both great in their own right, in their own eras. And they're two very different eras. Vettel's his shadowed by Ferrari disappointment. Yeah, and I think maybe just over time, I think how he changed his character, like he really, like, his character massively developed over the time in his F1 career. But yeah, Vettel had some absolutely tremendous drives, didn't he? Lando B right now. He's still not going well. I mean, still not out there, is he, Lando? What is he doing? What are they doing to that McLaren? Morning, John. Good to see you, mate. Welcome, welcome. Missed these streams. Can't wait for the start of the season. Hey, this theory. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, so I think, and Alonso is just one of the most adaptable drivers. Arguably considered one of the top drivers in F1 history. He's won 2 world championships. We've mentioned it previously. Alonso is probably the person who played the F1 career game the worst out of anyone, because he should have multiple world championships, but he decided to burn bridges and leave teams when they became good. And well, you could argue that he was the cause of them teams not being good in the first place, in the first instance, because he was quite toxic. I think that's it. I think Aston Martin is probably the one team where we haven't seen him lose his rag, because he knows he's got no other opportunity. This is his last chance in F1. He's not moving anywhere else after this because of his age. And if he wants that pretty pension from Lawrence Stroll, he needs to play ball. But yeah, he's someone who's played the career game poorly, but an unbelievable driver who's just super adaptable and always gets the most out of a car. So they're all great in their own right. They all really are. Verstappen is too much like Schumacher, can't win, will cheat. Yeah, so, but my only criticism of Verstappen really is just his will-to-will battling. I'm still yet to be, and this may sound crazy to some of you, I'm still yet to be convinced of Max in a will-to-will battle. Now, people always point back to Charles Leclerc. Oh, wow, like he goes against Charles and he fights fairly. He comes up against any other driver and he just forces them off the track. I know people say the rules are the way that they are, but they've been used to accommodate him. And I just feel like that he wants to end it after one corner. And he's been allowed to do it. And I just feel like he doesn't need to do that. So, and I mean, look at the times last year where he went. I mean, I will say I was really impressed with his defense on Lando up until the point where he forced him off track. His defense of Lando up until that point was perfect. And then he just, like, as soon as Lando got into the ascendancy, just, like, he did what he needed to do. Did what he needed to do. In one sense, it's genius because he's like, well, I'll let the stewards decide. And the stewards decided that they were more in favour of Max than they were of Lando. So, yeah, but I still think for me personally, there's no doubt about his speed and his talent. But wheel-to-wheel driving, I want to see more. I want to see more from him. We don't judge any driver because this is a test. They test the car. Exactly. McLaren 2023 down, 24 up, 25 down. Ooh. I thought I would see 1-2 McLaren, but now it's... oh, yeah, no, this is testing, though. This is testing. I thought you were talking about the season predictions as a whole. No, look, it is what it is. It's testing. Day one. They have their own... run plans and stuff. They don't care about where they finish. As long as they gather the data that they want. Yeah. I'd agree. Thanks for stating the obvious about Verstappen's wheel-to-wheel. Yeah, look, it's all in a good gaming to have disagreements in opinions. That's just my opinion. And as I said, I always give my logic to it. I won't just give a baseless opinion. Unlike maybe some others do. And I try not to get emotional about things either. Like, it's just like, okay. Let's give my opinion and let's tell you why. If you still disagree with it, that's fine. Lightning McLaren in the black livery, it was awful times. I'm also going to say something that's a bit controversial right now. That's what you come to these streams for. I'm not a fan of the papaya. I'm sorry. I'm just not a fan. I've never liked it. I still don't like it. And I'm forever hoping that they turn up to a race weekend with a different livery. I just don't like it. I'm so glad I got that off my chest. I'm so glad I got that off my chest. That's an opinion that is baseless. And don't care if you all disagree with me. Lewis still needs to get used to that Ferrari. I can only see him getting up to speed after about 5 races. Yeah, I don't expect him to be on the pace of Charles Leclerc straight away. Like, I think anyone who's expecting that is a bit naive and maybe thinking with their heart more so than their head, because Leclerc has been at that team for 5 years now. I think it is 5 years. So yeah, it's going to take him a little while. Someone needs to take his English card away. I think that's XR worthy. I just don't like it. I don't like papaya. The white liveries, yeah, the Marlboro liveries, or like the chrome liveries. Go back to the chrome. Oh, the West livery. Well, maybe it's because I grew up watching Mika Hakkinen and David Coulthard in West livery, and then of course the famous Vodafone red and chrome livery of Alonso and Hamilton. Those are the years. Jordan, the only reason people hate Max Verstappen is because of 2021 and that he's a 4-time world champion and that Hamilton hasn't won a championship anymore. I disagree. I think they are valid reasons for why people dislike Verstappen. It's not personally why I dislike him. Dislike is a strong word. I don't dislike him. I'm not just his biggest fan. I feel like the way that he goes racing, I don't like, as we've just previously mentioned. And the sports has accommodated his way of racing, which no other motorsport allows. But we have this ahead at the Apex rule because of the way Max came into F1 and decided to race. And it's not his fault. I've said this before. It's not his fault because he's been allowed to do so. And the rules have accommodated his style of driving. So if you're not doing anything wrong, and if the ruling body says that you're not doing anything wrong, you're going to keep doing it. Why wouldn't you? And use it to your advantage. that's why. And I also think I'm not a big fan of how, I don't know, I feel like sometimes he's conducted himself. And especially with the people. And I do feel like he is kind of a product of his environment with the people around him. Because I like Max the sim racer and the streamer. Very, very different when he's like around his friends and in that environment. But then when he's in F1 and when he's around Christian Horner, Marco, his old man, I feel like it's a different person entirely. And no, it's only human. That's what we're all like. We're sometimes we act different around different people. Those are my opinions. People, yeah, can disagree with it. But what happened in 2021 wasn't his fault. Like, I don't like the way he went driving in multiple races and in wheel-to-wheel battles with Lewis throughout that season. Brazil, most, of course, is at the forefront of people's mind. But actual 2020 the Abu Dhabi race himself, it's not his fault. Like, he found himself in that position. Any other driver would take that opportunity, which he did. So, yeah, people blaming Max or putting anger towards him for 2021 in that race in particular and how it ended, their anger is misplaced. It should be at Michael Massey and the FIA, and then even Christian Horner and that getting on the radio to him. I don't even blame them for getting on the radio and trying to influence a decision, because the FIA are the idiots who got influenced by their remarks. And they're the ones who decided to allow them to be able to talk to them throughout the season, you know, which has been banned. So, yeah, don't blame the player, blame the game. Is literally F1 with Max. For the most part, yeah, for the most part. Totally, people dislike Max for 21 Abu Dhabi. It's not like he personally ordered Massey. Exactly. And I think that anger's totally misplaced. Direct your anger towards the FIA. So, I agree. Maybe a darker orange with some black would make it look more aggressive. Yeah. Just waiting for at least one special livery for Red Bull this season. They'll do it. Do I think Lando's biggest weakness is that he openly expresses his distraughtness, for example, on high-stress race weeks? He tends to be very sharp on himself, which Rosberg commented on as well. I think so, yeah. I think that's the same with Charles Leclerc as well. I feel like he's also too open with not necessarily accepting blame. I think Charles Leclerc is very similar in that sense of that he just always... Yeah, he's very vocal and open, like with his emotions and stuff, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like sometimes he's always admitting to blame and poor performances too often. Whereas you don't see that from Max, you don't see that from say Lewis and that. Like if something's wrong with the team and they think there's something wrong with the decision with the team and so forth, they display that. They let the team know. Max does it probably more vocally than others, but yeah, I think Charles Leclerc has got a bit better at it recently. Maybe that's due to a different engineer that he's got now. Brian, is it? Rather than Javi. But yeah, I think last year Lando's going to have learnt a lot. I think hopefully he's learnt a lot, not just about what to do on track, but also off it as well. Like I can guarantee you he hasn't stepped up for himself in those team meetings at McLaren, and I say it now, he needs to be more of a dick, Lando. He needs to be more of a dick, and I would have been throwing my toys out the pram and heading into Zach Brown's office and Andrea Stella's office and saying, why are you not prioritising me? Why am I not your number one driver right now? Like, let's look at this. We can win the Constructors, and I can win the World Drivers' Championship if I'm just given priority treatment. And people may think, oh, no, like that's why would Lando need priority treatment? Every driver who wins a World Championship, for the most part, gets priority treatment. Like, but you put yourself in a position where you're able to get that priority treatment, which Lando, in my opinion, did. So, my favourite livery of all time? Ooh, I think I mentioned it already. I love the Lewis Hamilton chrome and red livery. I love that. Oh, it's a banger. Absolute banger. And I like the Williams livery, the blue and blue. I can't remember what one it is. The blue and yellow one. I like that one as well. Thanks, that was lovely. Don't want anything else. I'm all good. Why? What else did you get? Oh, is it? No, I'm okay at the moment. Tends to be sharp on himself, which was coming on the air. We've mentioned that. Benetton used to have nice liveries back in the day. Never really liked the Benetton one. It's classic, but I don't really like it. So Max has that I am the best mentality. Yeah, he does. What do I think of Hamilton in 2021? Bit of a broad question. In what sense? What do I think of Hamilton in 2021? Elaborate, Jordan. Elaborate. Please. Right, should we have a look at actually what's happening now on testing, though? Russell, P1, Gasly, P2. Oh, Gasly did split the... Russell went back to the top of the timing sheets. P1's... No, he didn't. No, Gasly split the Antonelli. Absolutely baffled there. Verstappen's still doing lots of laps on this... Oh, he's come back in for hards. So he's up in P4. He's on the medium compound tyre, technically. That would be in Bahrain, so... best livery this year is definitely the Toros. Yeah, I mean... Now I've seen them out on track. That is not... They're not, like, great, are they? Oh, that's something else as well. You know how I hate the Ferrari livery with that white stripe down it and how the HP logo is everywhere. There's somewhere else I've discovered they've put the HP logo, guys. For us all to see, because we can't... It's not like it's everywhere else burning our eyeballs whenever we look at that Ferrari. It's on the gloves as well. So if you're holding the steering wheel, it's right there. Oh, hang on, left hand. It's right there. Go and have a look at an onboard image of Lewis Hamilton on Twitter. Honestly. I mean, it's like... It's not like it's not visible already. Sorry. Rolls me up. Verstappen is a brilliant driver, as was Schumacher, but when push comes to shove, dirty tactics always seem to rear their ugly head. Schumacher did it in 1994 against Damon Hill. Yeah, can't disagree with that, to be honest with you. What is wrong with McLaren? I don't know. Norris is now back out there, so that's good. But he's only done 5 laps. But there's still 2 and a bit hours left. But yeah, definitely not getting as many laps in potentially as what his teammate did earlier. But maybe this was the plan all along. Can't imagine it is. But we'll see. Maybe they made some proper big setup changes. You never know. It's the whole idea of testing. They don't have to be out there for every single minute. What else are we looking at? Tobacco liveries over everything else. I know, Sid. And I think that's why they don't bring back those colours. I've said this. Why has there not been like a special like livery, the Marlboro livery? And it's because it's a tobacco company. And I think you look at the other teams, they all do it because we associate those colours with tobacco companies. And they're not allowed to do it. I'm pretty sure. For probably PR reasons and yeah. It would just give publicity to those tobacco companies. As Charles Leclerc has gone fastest purple sector time alert, guys. Leclerc fastest in the second sector, a 38.9 and a 29.3 in the first sector. So a couple of attempts slower in the first sector. This might be quick enough to go to the top of the timing sheets, and it is a first sub 1:31 second time as Charles Leclerc goes to the top of the timing sheets with a 1:30.878, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! 1:30.8. That is the soft compound tyre, technically. Even though it says medium, it is the C3 compound. Stop the count. Stop the count. You saw a Photoshop of the Ferrari with everything but the HP logo removed. Oh my God, Mike. I mean, it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. It's ridiculous. It's the same as a Marlboro, but no, it isn't. Oh man, you work in HP but really don't like logo in Ferrari. It's fine. That's fine. Good to see you, Dusko, by the way. Good to see you. I wish something like Snapdragon looked good with car instead of HP Ferrari sponsor. It's just ridiculous. I mean, how much more do they need to slap HP on it? It's just, I'd love to know what's in their contract. Development team said we need more HP and it got misunderstood by the It's just, yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous where it is, isn't it, everywhere. But yeah, Charles Leclerc pumping in the fastest lap of the session there with a 1:30.8, or today thus far. 2 hours, 13 minutes remaining, guys, of this testing session. Verstappen's still out there. He's done 27, he's on his 27th lap now of the afternoon, and he's on a set of hard compound tyres, which are the equivalent of the mediums on the Bahrain race weekend. But Lando is back in the pit lane. What is Lando doing? McLaren still running their Monza rear wings is crazy. Are they? Really? Interesting. It is really small, isn't it? Yeah, I'm looking on a TV camera now. So they must just be, maybe they're just looking at top speed. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're doing some runs to, I mean, he's only gone out for a couple of laps. Maybe they're just looking at actual top end speed. Something to do with that. Of course, that's the thing. Like, this is Bahrain, but they're also testing the car for so many different circuits. They're not just setting up the car particularly for this circuit. Exactly, Stephen. But it's just a shame that it has to be the blue background logo as well. So why are there no times showing for Bortoletto and for Norris? Because those two, I don't think, have actually set an official lap time yet. Could be wrong, but I don't know why they're not showing up. Probably lag, yeah, probably. But I'm just having a look to see if there's anything out there. Yeah, no, Bortoletto and Lando haven't actually set an official time yet. Well, no, yeah, 51.6. So they keep coming back into the pits, or they're just like really slowing down. So the system isn't logging out, which is a bit odd. Do you think Charles is going to be in a Ferrari for his entire career? Potentially, if he keeps the pace, yeah, maybe. Can't imagine this is McLaren's plan for today. No, I can't either. But they're not. We can't. There's been no indication from what I've heard on TV, but of what they're doing. They're probably just gathering aero pressure data with different wings and ride heights in the afternoon. Fair enough. That's why we need you here, Connor. Giving us a technical view. Oh, apparently it just started spitting with rain in the pit lane. Ooh. I did say a 10% chance of rain today. It says rain no at the moment on multiviewer, but that's obviously F1 indicating there's rain. But Bahrain, then they have to move to Australia back to Bahrain again. Yeah, well, they go Australia, China. They go Australia, China, then Japan, then Bahrain. It looked comfortable, which is wild. That's hallmarks back to Red Bull at the start of these regs, Connor, wasn't it? Where they could run kind of like, oh no, I'm thinking the opposite, but like at Monza, they could run a higher downforce wing and still have the top speed of the other teams with a low downforce wing. Like that was crazy. Time to go back to Inters, yeah. Well, there's only a few. I mean, unless Pirelli have brought a load of tyres, wet tyres and intermediate tyres with them, but they indicated that it was only. Let's have a look. It was only. Aston Martin and Haas who actually brought any sort of wet tyres with them. So. McLaren sandbagging. What do we reckon, Connor? Do we reckon they're sandbagging? Connor is a civil engineer in his day-to-day job, and I guess it transfers over to Connor's passion for engineering. Transfers over to cars as well. Aston Martin have 3 sets of Inters, yeah. This year was the first year I actually looked at who has which sponsors. F1 is money, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, definitely. And look, drivers... So I've said this before. Drivers are no longer kind of... Other than Lance Stroll, they're not like out-and-out pay drivers anymore. You don't get a driver that turns up and just goes, here's $5 million, $6 million, and give me a seat. Here's a check. Now, those days are kind of gone. They have to do more than that now. They have to bring sponsors with them, which I guess is kind of like the more... It's still, that's always been the case, but they need to bring commercial opportunities with them. So Ollie Behrman does. Obviously, there's the link there with Ferrari and Haas. But he has sponsors, and of course his dad in particular. I think his dad's company is a sponsor on Haas, actually. That's how it like works now these days. I mean, I may be speaking out of turn for Connor there, but I presume, Connor, that's where your passion kind of... I mean, you've always been passionate about cars, and you're an engineer, civil engineer in real life, so I imagine that's where it transfers. I mean, he's good at making my setups, but for our Daytona events and stuff and our endurance events, I just go, Connor, sort out my setup for me. Yeah, that feels good. Going to be a very different year to what we're used to. Different front runners. Even Haas will surprise us. Watch this space. It's going to be such a topsy-turvy year. As I said, I've made predictions I'm going to post up later on this evening, and no doubt they're going to be wildly wrong. There is some logic behind where I've positioned drivers and where I think they'll finish, but no doubt it's going to be just, a very unpredictable year. Could be even more unpredictable than last year. So, who do I think is currently sandbagging? McLaren, for one, and Haas. I feel they're the only two that I've seen who are sandbagged. Haas are refusing to set a lap that's quicker than like a 135. Ocon briefly did a 134. And then McLaren haven't shown their hand. Piastri didn't show his hand at all in the first session. And Norris now is just in and out of the pits. So... yeah, there's been no indication that they do have issues. I've heard nothing. I mean, I've got Sky TV in my right ear, so I haven't heard anything in relation. I mean, they're probably just making loads of changes, aren't they, to parts and potentially inside the car as well. analysing the data in between those short runs. But Lando is actually out for a full lap, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get an official full lap from Lando Norris, unless he decides to pit again. Let's see. Is he going to pit again? He's just gone second fastest in the second sector. First sector was 2 tenths off of Russell. So I think, unless he comes into the pits or bows out of this could be a quick lap time from Norris. Should put him up into the top 5. We'll see. There we go. P3. We have a lap time from Lando. 31.2. 31.2. So solid there. Oh, he backed off. He definitely backed off in the last sector. 3 tenths slower in the last sector. He definitely backed off. He was second quickest in the second sector. The last sector, he did a 22.8 compared to Charles Leclerc's 22.5. That's 10th fastest. So yeah, I think he backed off there in the last sector. Eight means you could get around the Nürburgring in that time. The fact they're changing wings, etc., could just point at correlation testing. Lando lifted, but he didn't back off. Still backing off. If you lift in, you're backing off. We've seen him many sectors. He lifted in the middle of the third sector. Yeah, so that's backing off. Like that is in backing off of that lap. So yeah, he's consciously backing out of it, backing out of putting in a good time. If I find a picture of Renault wings earlier, it looks hilarious when next to the Alpine. Yeah, if you can, please, Connor, and I'll bring that on chat so that we can display that to everyone. I'll bring that on stream. But yeah, only Bortoletto yet to set a lap time. I mean, which is bizarre, considering he's done 16 laps and he hasn't set what's considered like an official lap time yet. God, I hope that we have a close season again. You want an LH8 World Drivers' Championship, but man, I really want close racing. Yeah, look, that'd be, if you're a Lewis Hamilton fan and a Ferrari fan, that'd be amazing. That'd be the fairy tale story, of course. But yeah, as an F1 fan, I just... Yeah, if you've ever been following the sport long, the seasons where we had max dominance is more of what we kind of get, unfortunately, in F1 than 2021 or last year. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, with this being the last year of this regulation set, we get what we saw last year, but from the beginning. Because obviously Max got, while he saw it through, and it wasn't just the start of the year that, of course, made him win that championship, but it definitely gave him an advantage, was the start of the season where he just kind of had that unassailable lead to catch up to. And yeah, hopefully we have multiple drivers in the fight for next season, or this season, sorry. Pit Radio probably told him to back off. Yeah, well, he'll also have on his dash, Glenn, like his time, and he'll have probably a target time to set to, and his dash will tell him whether he's up or down in relation to that time. And if he saw that he was up considerably on that, then yeah, he probably would have lifted to back out of it so that he just would fall within that target lap time, basically. I think there's no onboards for us to be able to be seen this week as well. So yeah, that's something that we won't be able to see unless they purposely decide to show that on F1 TV or something. Williams will shine brighter than ever before, judging by signs of Fiesta's first drive in the Williams. Could be their climb back. You never know. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, they've obviously got a better driver partnership than they've ever had in the last 4 years in the form of Sainz and Albon. So yeah, do expect them to be strong this year, just purely on the driver lineup alone. Usually rookies get good results at the beginning of the season to get some TV viewership, and stories like first race break points already are not rare, but then they drop off a bit. I think it's rigged. How dare you say F1's rigged, Dusko? How dare you? Do you not know how clean this sport is? Unbelievable. I don't know. I disagree a bit that it's rigged in that sense. I think maybe what has happened in the past is that they're given a fair crack at the whip and to build up some confidence, and then maybe as the season goes on, they're just pegged back a little bit. Just pegged back a little bit. Anyone who disagrees that drivers have what's the right word? What's the right word? I'm trying to think. Deliberately been pegged back, or haven't been deliberately pegged back in regards to like setup changes and so forth. More fuel in the car, things like that. Then yeah, you're kidding yourself. F1 is but yeah, quite known for that sort of stuff, really. If you think that doesn't go on, then yeah, you don't know sport. There's a world where Sainz makes a podium this year, probably a mixed conditions race. Williams is my dark horse for this year. I mean, they're going to have high hopes. My worry for Williams is how much effort have they put into the development of this year. They have banged the drum about 2026 constantly for a long time now. And are they putting too much stock into 2026 and not this season? I'm intrigued to see how they get on. Hide the script, Jamal. Yeah. There's a, who do I think will be top 3 by round 6? Oh, God knows. Why is Hamilton 11th? Because he went out in the morning. It was obviously, the track was slower in the morning than it is now, because they went out there and laid all the rubber down. And well, he had his own runs to contend with. He had his own run plan. So, is Bortoletto going to set an actual bloody time? Come on, Bortoletto. My OCD is killing me right now with you, the only driver yet to set a best lap or an official lap. Keep diving back into the pit lane. Come on. Oh, we got a red flag. Is this a test? I think this is a test. This is just a test. Surely. Is this a test of the red flag? They normally do this, don't they? And they normally test like safety car and VSC. That was a bit of a shock. I didn't expect to see that. No one's off. Everyone's still moving. So I think this is a test. Hang on. Just listening to check that is the case. Unless something's come off a car. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely... Hang on. Oh, there's a power cut in the paddock. That's why there's a red flag. Oh no. There's a power cut in the paddock and half of the garages have lost power. So they've called everyone back to the pits. What? Well, let me show you this. Yeah, power cut in the garage is busy, yeah. That's odd. Right, so this is the rear wing of the McLaren and this is the rear wing of the Alpine. Look how skinny the McLaren's rear wing is compared to the Alpines there. I'm going to take that off screen because I don't want to get done for copyright. But you can pause that back. And if you want to see that in more detail, you can join the Discord and go to the channel, Real Life Racing. But that is a fat rear wing. Bizarre reasons for red flags number 1 million. Yeah, I know. Oh. That is a wild difference. That is a very wild difference. Right. While there's a red flag at the moment due to a power cut in the paddock, I'm just going to go have a quick loo break. So back in a sec. Got to pay the electric company, yeah. Sandbagging may be a thing, but I really do think that Ferrari would dominate 2025 with Papaya McLaren close second. Aston won't be too far behind. Adrian Newey is one hell of a truck. Ooh, you think Aston Martin's going to be... Oh, there we go. Red flag's gone. Red flag's gone. I think we're good to go again. Who do I think will be the fastest by the end of the session, and who do I think will take part in Melbourne? I don't think anyone. I mean, George Russell was about to go out there on a set of new mediums. Hey, Peel, how's it going, mate? So I think he might be able to set a decent lap. Wind has dropped 3.8 degrees, so 3.8 miles per hour now. And the track temp's just dropped a bit. So, yeah, I think George Russell will probably be up there. Will anyone want to push and go quicker than a 30.8? Who knows? Who knows? What caused a red flag? A power cut. Electricity bills, yeah. I mean, it's Bahrain. You think they'd have enough money to pay the bills, wouldn't you? But yes, Stroll was about to go out on a brand new set of mediums as well, which technically is the soft compound tyre for Bahrain because it's a C3 compound. So yeah, we'll see. That's such an F1 thing to happen. I know. Well, they've actually removed the red flag, but the power cut is still ongoing. They haven't. They haven't actually got the power back on yet. So we'll see. How is Leclerc almost a second ahead of his teammate? Because he went out in the morning. So anyone who's out this afternoon, you'll notice the majority of them are quicker than their teammates who went out in the morning. So the track is always going to be a bit more slower in the morning because of the amount of rubber that has been, that isn't there. And in the afternoon, they've got that additional rubber and grip that has been laid down, and they'll be able to set faster lap times. And sorry, who did I think will be on pole come Melbourne? Who did well at Melbourne last year? Was it McLaren? Did McLaren do well at Melbourne last year? I really cannot remember. Can't remember. McLaren weren't too good until after Miami Flexi-wing updates. Just joined. Did a testing finish for today? No, we've still got an hour and 47 minutes to go, but there is a power cut in the paddock at the moment, which they're trying to get fixed. So, Science won Australia. That was it. McLaren was still strong in it, though, weren't they? I'm going to go... I think Piastri may win his first race of the season and win his home race. I do think he might do that. I do need Super Formula this week. Yeah, I'm going to try to. It won't be like a stream, though. It'll be like an odd one here or there. If I get an opportunity... When's it fixed on? 5:30? 5:30? I may get an opportunity to do that. We'll see. I'll definitely try and get some races in Saturday, that's for sure. Science won Australia. Yeah, Piastri, who do I think will be champion? Oh, you have to wait and see for my predictions later on. I'm teasing you guys. I'm just putting that video together later on this evening. Who will Stroll smash into first? That could be anyone. I think the question more so is which gravel trap will he park in first? I'll do a day of SF on Saturday, then give you some of my rating when I inevitably crash. It's safety rating I'm worried about at the Red Bull Ring. Still waiting for this power cut. Oh, McLaren's still fooling us? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I'm still intrigued by Haas. Out of all the teams to sandbag, Haas were on one of the bottom of my list. Haas doing a 3.5 seconds off the pace. What a Haas cooking. What have Toyota cooked up with their technical partnership with Haas? We've been talking about Ferrari, the fairy tale of Lewis Hamilton and an 8th World Championship. We've spoken about McLaren. Can Lando win that World Championship that he missed out on last year? Can Max Verstappen get something out of what everyone is expecting an underperforming Red Bull this year? But could it be Haas? Are they the shockers? Are they the one? Bobby Behrman, the rookie, And Esteban Ocon. Esty Besting. Ooh. Ooh, we'll see, we'll see. You're B 1.6, so I need to do some formula to stay B class. Yeah, Red Bull's going to be hard to maintain that. I need to do the same as well, to be fair. I'm down at 1.4 now. Imola, I've taken a real battering. Aston Martin will improve faster than we may believe. Like I said, Adrian Newey. Yeah, I just don't think there's going to be that much of an improvement this year, though, for them. Yeah, Toyota. I think it's their first. They're dipping their toe back in, aren't they? Did read. I've mentioned it previously. I did read that they were thinking about coming back into F1 full time. So purchasing a team that you've already got a technical partnership with, who would probably be willing to sell for a pretty penny. Not a bad way, is it, to get back into F1? Fantanelli manages to outperform Russell. Will Mercedes consider letting go of Russell after his contract ends? Yes. Yeah, I do. That's a real interesting dynamic to keep an eye out on as well, because Toto has openly admitted he courted Max Verstappen. And would he bring in Max Verstappen for George Russell? Or do you upset the status quo by, if Antonelli does become that like front runner at Mercedes, do you upset that at the status quo and replace, bring in Max Verstappen alongside Antonelli? I don't know. I'll get onto Leclerc and Hamilton in a second. Will Colapinto get Doohan C? It seems that way, Lottie. Yeah, which is a shame for Doohan. I want to see Colapinto on the grid, but I didn't want to see him on the grid at the expense of another rookie. But yeah, I think everyone's predicting that'll be the case. In regards to Lewis Hamilton, why is he so far behind? If you're just tuning in, well, we've already had the morning session, and the morning session is a lot slower than the afternoon session because the track hasn't been rubbered in. It's a green track, and yeah, as Connor has reiterated there, Hamilton was on a different kind of run plan, doing 20-lap long runs, and just in general, the track is slower than what it is in the afternoon. So yeah, that's why the difference of Leclerc and Hamilton is what it is. And also, for pretty much any driver that went out in the morning, I think is slower than those in the afternoon. Let's just have a check on that, make sure. So Antonelli is slower than Russell. You can see that Lawson is slower than Verstappen. The only one at the moment is Sainz isn't quicker. Yeah, the only one at the moment that I can see here is that Sainz isn't quicker than Albon. And Stroll on Alonso. Yeah, so it's only Bortoletto, Stroll, and Sainz. So 3 drivers in the afternoon session that aren't quicker than their teammates who went out in the AM session. And there's still an hour and 40 minutes left for them to improve on that as well. So, yeah. If not Max, Toto will probably go for Franco. What, Franco Colapinto, you think? I mean, it cost a pretty penny. He signed a 5-year deal with Alpine. Not that Mercedes ain't got the money, but you know. Would there be more Hungary-type races between Norris and Piastri? What, in regards to the poor strategy decisions by McLaren? I think we'll see them go wheel-to-wheel a few more times. I think more like Monza than Hungary, for sure. Is Cadillac there going to be next season in... No, it's not replacing. It is an 11th team. Cadillac is going to be joining as an 11th team. We don't know who will be their driver lineup. Ricciardo's been rumoured. Perez has been rumoured. Who knows if... I mean, they've got to go for an American driver, haven't they? But who that will be, I don't know. Anything interesting happened? Not really. No, there's a power cut. There's a power cut at the moment. So, yeah. In the paddock. Please, no, I think Sargent's actually given up on motorsport. He was going to be competing in the World Endurance Championship this year, but he's backed out. Yeah, he's backed out. So, I think he's decided to step away from motorsport in general, which is look, wish him all the best. You think Herta will get the caddy drive? Yeah, but he's got to prove himself, though, isn't he? He's got to do a bit of testing to prove. There's no point joining F1 and then having a driver who's just way off the pace for the sake of him being American. 240 people in here, 266. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. If you can hear that like and subscribe button, of course, it's a bit of a... It's a bit slow at the moment, isn't it, with this power cut, so... Well, in race time, watching goes up to 5 to 6K. Yeah, no, the race watch-alongs were very good last year, very consistent, and I'm hoping that improves. I'm hoping we get the same next year and even improves. But of course, it's there's more and more people every year that want to do this sort of thing. But what was great last year is that on my YouTube analytics, I could see that the return in viewership was very consistent, and that's so key. So yeah, it's all well and good getting new viewership, but to get people returning to watch your streams and watch your content, that's where it's at. So yeah, really appreciate everyone for tuning in last year, and hopefully you do again this year. That's what you get for driving in a desert with incompetent people for the money. You watched the whole previous season. You did, Adam. Thank you. It's just having a community feel about it, isn't it? That's the thing. It's like I try and provide. The way I do it is that I'm trying to provide a service, but at the same time, it's an opportunity for us F1 fans to come together and have a place to discuss F1 prior to the races, throughout the duration of the weekend, and after the race as well. Like you'll see other channels, they'll just dip off once the race finishes. They won't stick around, I want to chat F1. I love F1, and yeah, it's good to see regular faces come back and us have a discussion on what's happened. Porsche as the 12th team would be lit. Well, I got a feeling Porsche might people. I think F1 would be a little bit hesitant on Porsche joining F1 because they screwed over. They've pretty much screwed everyone over for these new regs, haven't they? The whole reason these engine regs are changing is for Porsche. They were really pushing for it because they were going to come in as a partner to a partner of Red Bull. Then they backed out after they got everyone to commit to these new engine regs, which people weren't too happy about. So yeah, do I think Mick Schumacher will go caddy? It'd be I don't think so. It'd be a very large risk, I think, for caddy to do that. But who knows? Who knows? What do I think of Zandvoort not being on the calendar for 2026 after 2026? I might be controversial, but I actually don't think Zandvoort's a good F1 track. Yeah. I mean, it's a track that we've gone to because of Max Verstappen, and I don't think overall it provides much, really. Obviously, a great atmosphere, but similarly to like Mexico, I just don't think it's a good F1 track, really. I think it's a bit too small. I just think it's a bit too small, and there's only real one viable overtaking opportunity, which is very easy to defend into, which is turn 1. So. Just my opinion. I would much prefer to see a return of Hockenheim on the Nürburgring compared to Zandvoort. Especially when we've got other tracks that aren't on the calendar. So. Thank you, Sibu. Yeah, I mean, I was really looking forward to these testing streams because I just love... I mean, I get to spend 3 days away from my day job. Just 8 hours a day talking about F1. Perfect. I love how long there's a track on the video game, my favourite one to race, as it's like a roller coaster. I think it's better for smaller cars. I think it truly is better for smaller cars because I really enjoy racing it on the sim, on iRacing, in Super Formula Lights, but they're considerably smaller than what a modern day F1 car is. So And they're not as affected by dirty air as much as well. So you're still able to get close to the cars ahead and make moves and have side-by-side action through multiple corners. Whereas in F1, we know that's not necessarily the case. So thank you, BOR and Arisuku. Thank you for the sub as well. I did miss that. I'm not ignoring people. And if you've subbed in the meantime and it hasn't shown up as an alert, big thank you. Of course, YouTube works this way, strange way, that of course you're able to, well, I say this strange way, you're basically on YouTube able to have your subscribers who you follow basically on YouTube as private or open. And if you have it set to private, if you subscribe to my channel, it won't pop up as an alert, but if you have it public, it will. So yes, regardless, if you've hit that subscribe button, thank you very much. We'll be here all season, not long until the first race is here. Only a couple of weeks, isn't it? Well, 13th or 14th, the weekend, whatever weekend that is. So, and I'll be keeping, of course, sim racing content and other F1 content coming your way as well. Eric, good to see you, mate. What's my opinion on the Vegas Grand Prix? Pleasantly surprised. I must admit, I wasn't too big of a fan when it first got released and that we were heading to Vegas. I was thinking, damn, another bloody street circuit. But we've had 2 races there now, and we've had 2 good races, in my opinion. So, yeah, hopefully it'll be a 3rd one. Or 3 in a row. Yeah, no worries. Pilby, have a good one, mate. Good luck. Don't lose too much I rating. Not sure what Mick Schumacher was given the right team or car. Would be nice to see the talent bleed over into the sun. No offense, but minus the cheat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Was he ever quick enough? I think there was something there, but he didn't showcase it enough. But on the flip side, I've said it previously, he was in a rough environment at Haas, wasn't he? He was in a very rough environment, so. Cars are too fat. It's the same problem with plagues. Yeah, exactly, with Monaco. What would be my dream F1 car to drive on which track? We spoke about this earlier, Oblivion. I'd love to drive the W11 or W12 and drive it around, yeah, somewhere like Spa or Silverstone. Fast, free-flowing circuit. Or Suzuka. Does it mean no Dutch GP after 2026? Yes, no Dutch GP after 2026. The primary reason why no Dutch GP after 2026 is because I think Zandvoort can't front up the money that Liberty Media wants. So I did look at this and I did do a video on this very fact of why are the European tracks being presented as put on a rotational basis. And it just all comes down to money again, because Zandvoort, while it is one of the highest paying European tracks, at around 35 million, I think it is, euros. I think it's in euros. They can't afford to do that. I don't know if F1 wanted to up the fee, but even so, I think Zandvoort were just struggling. Even though it's a packed out crowd for 3 days of the year, or 4 days of the year, they still aren't making enough money or barely breaking even to host those F1 races. So yeah, that's why they've decided to step away and go, yeah, we can't do it anymore, which is a real shame. Because while I don't think Zandvoort should be on the calendar, it's an indication of that Hockenheim and the Nürburgring aren't on the calendar as well because of money and some other tracks. I mean, look at what they're doing with Spa. Spa pays 25 million or 22 million a year. It's at the lower end of tracks that fees that are paid. By them putting these European tracks, these lower paid historic European tracks on a rotational basis, they are able to free up a position on the calendar for a Middle Eastern track or an African track, wherever it may be in the world, who is willing to pay the going rate of 50 million, which is probably what they're looking for. Double the amount of what Spa pays. And yet at the same time, they can spin it to us fans that, oh yeah, well, the track's still there. It's not disappeared. They'll hype it up that, yes, Spa has returned. And like, oh yeah, you get to look, because it's not on the calendar so often, it's more of a special event because it happens once every 2 years. I mean, that's how they're going to spin it. don't believe that nonsense. But yeah, that's how they'll spin it. 16 days. There was 16 days. Yes, it's just over 2 weeks. Not long to go. Leclerc is 1 second faster. Does Hamilton have any chance for 8? Too early to say. Sorry, too early to say. As we've mentioned already, if you're just looking at those lap times on what they are alone, that is because Hamilton went out in the morning. He did long runs, different run plan. Track was not as quick. There's only 3 drivers in this afternoon session that aren't quicker than their teammates who went out in the morning. So yeah, the track is just much quicker this afternoon. Thank you for the sub ball. Zandvoort tickets are cheap, you think? Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a principle there as well, that they don't want to up the price, Rab. Maybe they're like, well, yeah, we just don't want to up the prices. So 18 days to the official race, that a weekend begins in 16 days. Yeah, well, it's the weekend, isn't it? The weekend as a whole. So they should not have put Spa in rotation. I agree. How many drivers do you think will win the home race? What, this year? Oh, I don't know. Oh, they're waiting for the fog lights, and there's a few spots of rain in the air, apparently. Ooh. You're being sneaky at work, so I haven't been able to chat. No worries, buddy. I don't expect everyone to chat. If you can, that's great. If not, appreciate you tuning in and listening anyway. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate everyone tuning in when they're able to. Of course, it's the middle of the working week, so yeah, appreciate you being able to, regardless. And that's the thing is with testing as well. It's not really. I mean, obviously, it's good to have the track map and the timings and screens and stuff. But it's an opportunity for us to just have a chat about F1 and get hyped for the season ahead. You know, how is that possible? Rain at Bahrain doesn't make sense. I know. Who am I wishing to win this season? Look, my heart would absolutely love Lewis Hamilton to win an 8th. Not going to beat around the bush. I'd love it. That's my number 1. Second, I would love. This is removing any logic, by the way. This is pure emotion. I would love to see Lando after last season. I'd love to see him win. Yeah, they're my 2 really. If Hamilton doesn't win it, I'd love to see Lando win it. But that's pure emotion. That's not logic based. Cloud seeding. What do I think about Hamilton's drive today? Yeah, it looked comfortable. Connor, what did you say about Ferrari? Ferrari looks super rear bias aero balance still in the long corners. So what do you mean by that, mate? Do you mean that they are... what would that reaction be? You're getting all technical speak on me now. Oh, they've got power back to the lights, understeer in the long corners. Okay. I thought it looked better than anything that he's driven in the last 3 years at Mercedes, though. What do you think? It looked like that he was just a lot more comfortable. Like there was less. There was such. From what I saw from the onboard shots, there was a lot of minimal changes, like mid corner. And on the exit, like whereas that Mercedes, every single year, there was so much movement on the steering wheel, and that's not how Lewis Hamilton drives. So that's a positive in itself. Being an Aussie, I would love to see Piastri win in Melbourne. Do you know what? I'd love to see Piastri win in Melbourne as well. How long has it been since you've had an Aussie winner? It's a very long time, isn't it? It's been a very long time. Yeah, he wasn't being tentative on entry of slow corners, which was promising. Exactly. Yeah. What did you say, CJ? Do you think Hamilton or Leclerc will be Ferrari's number 1 driver? Will they pull McLaren with first 2 drivers? Yeah, I think they'll treat both as number 1 drivers. I think what they'll do, I mean, whether they do or not, but I think the smart decision is to just let the season play out. And if one driver becomes like more mathematically viable to win a championship, then especially if they're fighting a McLaren and it's not an inter-team battle, I think, yeah, they'll then prioritise that driver, whoever that is, whether that's Leclerc or Hamilton. That's the smart decision, but that doesn't always happen. I do think I do think Vasseur will be a bit more, not ruthless. Ruthless isn't really the word to describe it, but I think he'd be more adamant on that. Or no, decisive. I think he'd be more decisive. That's the word I'm looking for. He'd be more decisive on making that decision. Whereas for McLaren last year were very too wishy-washy about it. They weren't willing to do that. They only decided to do that and openly admit that about Lando bloody in Brazil. Like, which was just absolutely ridiculous. Way too late to come out publicly and say that. Or decide that. So, yeah. When data is released later, you'll be able to compare cars a bit better. I'm relying on you, Connor. I'll be relying on you, and I'll be relaying that information back to, of course, the stream tomorrow about what we learn. Maybe I can get you on the mic, Connor. Or are you supposed to be working right now? You're supposed to be working right now, aren't you? I'll get you on the mic, and you can come and give us a rundown on the technical side of things. Do I think Valtteri Bottas will? Do I think Valtteri Bottas will be a chance to drive the Merc? There's always an opportunity that he can. But, yeah. It's a long season now, 24 race weekends. There is a possibility that, yeah, Antonelli or George Russell come down with an illness and he has to step in. So, with how long these seasons are now, I think reserve drivers are a bit more important than they used to be. So, what happened to Bortoletto's time? He still hasn't set one. Still hasn't set one. I don't know what he's doing. 40 minutes wasted because of the stupid power cut. I know. Alan Jones was the last Aussie to win a World Championship. Sorry, not World Championship, just win their home race. Who was the last Aussie to win their home race? Or has no one ever done it in Australia? I know you had podiums, but there's still a power cut. They're still trying to get power back to the fog lights. Not all of the floodlights are back on yet, so we're just awaiting for that. So, will the number of races reduce in the future? No, I don't think so. There's too much demand for F1. Oh, yellow there, yellow flag. So they're starting to test some parts of the track. There's too much demand for F1. Too many tracks want to be involved. I do think we'll get 2 more race weekends added to the calendar. So we've got 52 weeks in a year. I think we'll end up having 26 race weekends eventually. So, an Aussie hasn't won the race. Wow. Let's be real. Lando has been loyal to McLaren. They should get him the World Drivers' Championship. Yeah, they should have prioritised him more. But strap some torches on the front of the car. Yeah. It's weird. Some of them are working, but not all of them are working. When it comes down to reality, money speaks louder than talent or teams. It's not about teams or F1 entertainment, but more about money, politics, and money power. Sucks, but it is what it is. Yeah. F1's always been about money. So, not sure. It might have been Jack Brabham. No, we're talking about who potentially won. Has anyone ever won the Australian race? Not the World Championship. It's whether or not. I'm not sure if Australia has ever had an Australian winner. I know there's been podiums. I think Ricciardo finished on the podium, but what car is the best right now? Too difficult to tell. We haven't seen enough yet. The McLaren does look good though, even though timing, like Piastri's down there or whatever. McLaren does look good. I think the Ferrari looks good. Too much to say, really, especially with like not seeing data and so forth. Since 2017, McLaren has clearly showed they are prioritizing Norris to win a Drivers' Championship with them more than the constructors, but they did so confident. Well, they didn't do that last year. Last year, they definitely prioritized the constructors over the drivers. You think, oh, he just coming in here and just riling up the chat. This is where Hamilton's average finishing position will be this season, you reckon? Oh dear. Hey Louis, Did not know you do test sessions also. I'm hopefully waiting to see tour watch-alongs again this season. Regards from Portugal. Hey, Louis. Yeah, I didn't. I was in the know about doing this. I didn't realise I would be able to do this. I've had to take some leave, some holiday days from work. But I'm so glad that I've been able to do it. So yeah, we've got 2 more days of this. And I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. So yeah, not long until we have the season begin. And I can't wait. So, but as Mike says, please hit that like and subscribe button, guys, if you haven't already. And we're just waiting for the power cut to power to come back on. It does seem like it is at most areas. Just the floodlights that need to be turned back on, and we'll still have we've got an hour and 18 minutes left of running in this session. You randomly tuned in an hour ago, and I was at it again with Max, so I had to come back and return the bias favour. It's all good, buddy. It's all good. Will Ocon smash into Behrman this year because track record ain't looking good? Well, he's got 100% record of crashing, or at least making contact with his teammates. So I'm going to say yes. I really do. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how that relationship plays out this year. Google told you Alan Jones won it in 1980. 1980. Wow. That's before even I was born. So yes, you're overdue. Let's put it this way, Glenn. You're overdue a homegrown winner, aren't you? I can't share the live video, unfortunately, Elliot. No, it's because copyright reasons. You won't see anyone sharing the live video because, yeah, they'll get copyright struck. So, no? There's more left for today. If you look at the top left side of my screen or of your screen, you'll see that the timer is counting down. So yeah, not long to go. Adelaide Grand Prix or Melbourne Grand Prix are better. It's tricky because Adelaide was suitable for those cars back in the day, but I don't think it'd be suitable for modern day cars. We were discussing this earlier. I think they really need to find somewhere else to race in Australia, to be honest with you, because Melbourne Park, while it's a great setting, it doesn't provide good racing. It just doesn't, and I think it needs to go somewhere else. Australia either need to build their own track with their own facilities, or they need to build or adapt a track that's suitable for F1. So, hey Eric, you randomly found me just looking out for testing updates. Loving the content so far. We'll definitely be looking you up during race weekends. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. All the way from Orlando, Florida. Yeah, no, what we do is on race weekends, look, people can attest for me that on the race weekends, qualifying and the races itself, I go into full commentary mode. We do a before and after kind of like show thing. I treat it as a show. We do it before and after. We don't just, as we're doing today, we sit around, we discuss, we have a back and forth. And yeah, if you want a little inkling of what it is that I do, you can have a look back at like Abu Dhabi, last couple of laps as an example. Yeah, so looking forward to it again. Another season ahead. Should just use a cartoon filter or something and make it real small. After that time, no more sessions. Yep, this is the PM session, so no more after this. No more. Just the... we'll be back tomorrow, of course, for the AM session. So 8 hours a day. You're from Adelaide. The circuit wouldn't fit them because it would just be another Monaco. Yeah, that's the thing. F1's outgrown Adelaide now. Sydney will be cool. Yeah, someone mentioned Sydney. I think Taco said Sydney. It would need to be adapted to potentially suits. I saw that I saw the oh, what's it called? Oh, supercars. Saw the supercars race at the weekend, or the highlights of it that went viral. That was cool to watch. What do I agree about South Africa GP? I mean, it's the last continent for F1 to be on, isn't it? So it kind of makes sense. This comes down to money again. Can they front up the money? It's the reason why it wasn't a go-ahead last year. Funny enough, the only reason we got Spa last year or the year before, the only reason we got it renewed and kept on the calendar was because Kyalami fell through. The promoters couldn't front up the money or commit to the money that F1 wanted. So yeah, Spa was going to be even removed from the calendar earlier. than what it's just been announced it would. So you just want carnage if you want Bathurst to be on the F1 calendar. Oh my god, savage, Gled, savage. What do I think is going to be the most entertaining race in 2025? Who knows? I mean, there's certain tracks that you can always check out. You've got... George, I'll bring that in. I'll back it up, so I'll bring it in. I think you can always count on Silverstone and Red Bull Ring. That middle season swing, Hungaroring. They're always good races. Like the European tracks. I always look forward to them. So, add corkscrew entry to F1 track, it'd be fun. Oh, the speed they'd go through them. Right, quickly just got to have a loo break, guys, and a coffee break. Just going to go make myself a coffee and see us through to this last hour. I mean, they're just waiting for the lights to come back on the circuit. The power's back on the paddock. But yeah, no movement as of yet. So I'm going to leave you amongst yourselves for just a couple of minutes, and we'll be back for hopefully some F1 cars out on track. cars on track yet. Oh, no cars on track. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Oh, that's a nice coffee. Got all these yellow flags. It is dark out there now. Yeah. What time is it for me? It is 3 o'clock. 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Am I doing SF23 at Red Bull Racing today? Maybe. It's a big maybe. I'm going to put my predictions video together later, and I may fit a fixed race in between. 9:57 a.m. It's all right. You got your full day ahead of you. Start the day off with some F1, and what a way to start the day. Part of the track's still not lit, but they do expect more runs. Yeah, I mean, they've still got an hour to go, haven't they? So. Fixed, can't do you like that. Maybe, Mark, maybe. Rob. I don't know, I'll see. Depends how good the fixed is. It's only because it's shorter. Only because fixed is shorter, it's just easier for me to fit in, you know? I'll see. I'll try and fit one in later. 12:57 a.m. Only an hour to go. Only an hour to go. I need SR. I do need SR. That is true. That is true. But the more racing I do at Red Bull Racing, the more likely I am to lose SR. That's the problem. LMP2 is great. Where is it this week? Portimao. Well, I do like Portimao. I may give that a sneaky race. It's just time, man. And I'm busy Sunday. Saturday, I may fit something in. You finally hit 4K sports car license, now at 4.3. Love the LMP2. Nice one, man. $16.58. All across the world. All of you guys tuning in from across the world. It's great to see. Portimao's are good and very tricky, though. I see the Ferrari is... The reason why is because the Ferrari looks good there this week, Connor. I saw Apex say, but they're it's like the quickest car there, so. Oh, guys, don't know if you're just joining us. We've had an hour, 50 minutes of a power cut here at Bahrain. So, yeah, it's long, isn't it? It's a bit long. But appreciate you all for tuning in nonetheless and sticking around. Oh, Charles Leclerc is... let's have a look at the lap, shall we, at the moment. So, Charles Leclerc is in P1 for this first day. 130.878 from him. 32 laps completed. George Russell, 20 laps completed. A 31.0 for him. Lando Norris, only 12 laps completed. Many of us suspecting that maybe they had an issue, but it seems like they were just testing out different configurations on the car. Obviously, something that they wanted to do. And, well, the one kind of decent lap he's got in is a 131.2 in P3. Pierre Gasly, not looking too bad in the Alpine in P4, 4 and a bit temps back. Antonelli, we went out in the AM session, was fastest out of those AM runners, and he's now in P5. He got 78 laps in, very good running for the 18-year-old Italian. Verstappen in P6, he's been doing lots of long runs. He's done 31 laps thus far. Lawson looked good and comfortable. Had a slight wobble, of course, over the third turn 3 curb, but saved it just. And he got 58 laps in P7. Albon in P8, doing lots of long runs as well. Sonoda P9, Sainz P10, still running in this afternoon session. Hamilton, his first official session in a Ferrari in P11 as it currently stands. He was doing lots of long runs and never really set an overall quick lap time. Jack Doohan P12, 68 laps in for him, lots of laps. Fernando Alonso's in P13. Piastri sandbagging in the McLaren in P14. Hulkenberg P15, Stroll at the moment 16th, still running in this session, as is Isaac Hadjar in 17th, and Ocon and Behrman, the Haas, are the biggest sandbaggers of all. They're the biggest sandbaggers of all. I can't believe how they are so far off the pace, or happy to be that far off the pace. Obviously running everything on low and high fuel or whatever. That's a conscious decision by them, and Bortoletto is the only driver yet to set a lap. Rain. Oh, the safety car's going out there now. 2 a.m. in the Blue Mountains, Alan. You are committed. You are committed to F1. Love it. I think they're doing some conscious testing. They're literally using... Hang on, we got a new safety car this year. The Mustang. Is that a Mustang? Is that a Mustang safety car? I thought they'd be using the Aston Martin. Is that still not the safety car this year, or have they changed? What does sandbaggers mean? So sandbaggers means it's a terminology of where you're hiding your true pace. So you're specifically going slower than you actually can. So it's the analogy of they've put lots of sandbags in their car to make it go slower. Hence the term sandbagging. At least I like it when it's red flag conditions. It's in the GTP. I'm like 6 seconds quicker. F1 fan since the early 70s. What Ferrari knew in Hamilton will blow your mind. Mark my words. We'll see. We'll see. Lots of different predictions for this year, which I think is great. That's the best thing, is that we're going into this season kind of assuming what we think is going to happen. I think most of us are in a kind of rough ballpark, but we still don't really know. So we're not, the last 3 seasons, even last year, we started the season and thought, here we go, it's another Verstappen dominant season. And this year we're like, we don't know who's going to be quickest, which is great. They're just trying to get all the lights turned back on, but I think they're okay to go now, aren't they? Safety car's gone around, and I think all the lights are back on. The Mustang will go more off track than Stroll himself. It'll go more sideways. Right. Lights. Is it nighttime when they're racing? It will be the actual race weekend at Bahrain, but yes, now it is. So it's approaching. It's just gone 6 p.m. for them in Bahrain. They're 3 hours ahead of us in the UK. So the session ends at 7, so I'm just working it back from that. So yeah, it's just gone 6 p.m. and it's already dark there for them. But yes, I can hear F1 cars running. Esteban Ocon's car is running, so we are going to get cars out on track shortly. They should design an F1 car for the safety car. Come on. Get us back out. Get them back out there. We've got 54 minutes. 54 minutes. But appreciate over 200 of you still sticking around and having a chat. What better way to get us through this time? Oh, it is raining. Oh, it's spitting. It's spitting out there as well. In the desert? What is this? Tough times create strong men. What's saying? Rain coming down. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to us, please. We actually want to see cars on track in this last hour. Do they even bring wets? Only 2 teams have brought wet tyres. But we'll see. We will see. Oh. Well, guys, it's that time again to ask for a lovely follow. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and hit that like button as well. Be much appreciated. When it rains in the desert, it normally rains a lot, doesn't it? Normally. And the problem is that because they rarely get rain, they don't have drainage systems in place, like sufficient drainage systems in place to accommodate it. So like Dubai as an example, it just absolutely floods when it does rain out there. But because of the heat, it disappears quick enough, I guess. But yeah, everywhere kind of floods. The hearts do something, so thank you, Denaza. Thank you. Who brought wets? Williams, no, Aston Martin and Haas. They're the only two drivers, the only two teams. But I'm sure, surely Pirelli decided to bring wets. I'm surprised that's even a thing. But they were deciding whether to bring them or not. But we'll see. Stroll. I know, Stroll. But yeah, they're all getting back in their cars now, so should be ready to go any minutes. The yellow flag has been removed on the track map, as you can see. So yeah, should be ready to go. We should get modern F1 cars to WC to Stuffeyy, yeah. Mate, the amount of breakdowns that people have already done with on Twitter. Oh, there's an image of Mercedes forgot to remove Lewis Hamilton's number from their generators. Images of them scraping off the 44. Hey Prince, you asked someone in the chat if they think who's going to win the constructors. What's my personal opinion? Ooh. I don't want to say anything because it's going to spoil my predictions that I'm posting later on this evening. So I do apologise, but I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to hold on to that. Hey Jama, welcome. Yeah, drivers getting back in their cars. Come on, 50 minutes. Session will resume at 10 minutes past the hour. 10 minutes past the hour. So that is... less than a minute. Less than a minute. Here we go. Drivers, watch them wait. Watch them wait for ages to get back out there. No, Lando Norris is making his way to the end of the pit lane. Well done. Well done. No rest for the wicked. Who do I think will win the drivers? Just let us know if it's going to be a new winner or an old one. Okay, I'll give you one little spoiler. I will give you one little spoiler to my predictions. And you can probably gauge from my thoughts on Red Bull already. But I don't think Max Verstappen will win a 5th consecutive world title. Where he will finish, I'm not saying. But that is my only prediction I'm giving you. From my predictions. But I've kind of already explained, but that's because I don't think Red Bull are going to be as strong as last year. But I do think Max is still going to get more out of that car than what others would be able to. What do I think will happen? Lewis Hamilton's call sign will be to push. I mean, yeah, is it going to be hammer time, or has Bono trademarked that? But cars out on circuit, yes. Cars out on circuit. We've waited so long for this. I feel like I've waited longer than the winter break. to get cars back out on circuit with this power cut. Lando Norris is out there, as is Pierre Gasly, Isaac Hadjar, Verstappen, Bortoletto, the only driver yet to conduct an actual timed lap. Kept diving back in the pits, and Carlos Sainz as well. Who else is yet to go out there? We're still awaiting George Russell. We're awaiting Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc was getting his headgear on though, so... Yeah, I think, look. Yeah, I don't think it's fifth time in a row ever been done. Did Lewis do 5 in a row? Can't remember if Lewis did 5 in a row. Lewis didn't do 5 in a row, and he did 4, didn't he? So, because he won 2014, then he lost. He won 2014, 2015, lost 2016, and it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Lewis only did 4 in a row, didn't he? Yeah, so. But yeah, let's see if any of them... I mean, what's the track like out there? It is spitting. The drivers are out there on slicks, of course. It's nowhere near intermediates, but it is spitting out there, so we'll see. 5 in a row, including 2021. How long have I watched F1? Oh, I can't pinpoint the exact year I started. But I was definitely around the age of, I think, 5 or 6. So my granddad used to be a racing driver back in the 60s. And yeah, I got into F1 because of him. And I just remember coming around to his house when I was like on a Saturday when I was a kid. And he'd have F1 on. And I'd just sit down and start watching it. I remember hearing Murray Walker, seeing the old graphics. Remember him pointing out Damon Hill. That's who we support. We support Damon Hill. And that's like my earliest recollections of it. And I think I really kind of remember like watching when I was... I think I really kind of remember watching Mika Hakkinen when he was at McLaren. When he joined McLaren, which is what, 97, 98 onwards? So yeah. Wasn't it Fangio and Schumacher run 5 in a row? Yes. Yeah. You get lost after like 80. Kind of hard keeping up and fitting in with the convo, but loving the debate. Go Lewis, number 8 coming up this year or next, but grab your popcorn. Yeah, no, it's... bit of back and forth, Alan. Just a bit of back and forth. That's all. That's why I'm trying to read out the questions that you're asking, so that those of you who are just listening are able to know exactly what I'm going on about. So, Fangio's my granddad. He definitely is not my granddad. So my granddad wasn't an F1 driver. He was more so, what was he? He raced regionally across the UK back in the 60s. Had a couple of big crashes actually, because obviously cars weren't built the same back then. And he was decent. Raced at all like the major tracks in the UK. But yeah, I don't think he got up to I don't think he ever got up to like a top level. But yeah, he was a racing driver who then he was always passionate for cars. Built his own cars. He ended up obviously with crashes and stuff, repairing them. And then he had one real big crash which I think nearly cost him his life. And he had 2 kids, obviously my uncle and my mum, and his wife, my nan. And he ended up starting his own engineering business. And yeah, a very successful engineering business. So yeah, it was yeah, I mean, unfortunately no longer with us, but he lived a very fruitful life, as did his wife, my nan, as well. So yeah, he quit before it did cost him his life, basically. And he realized, so I remember my mum telling me that he specifically said to her, yeah, I decided to, there was lots of young whippersnappers coming through who had more money and were just quicker. And he had a crash where he was pushing too hard and he went, nah, that's it. Like, this is dangerous now. I just don't have it anymore. And he quit, but while he was ahead, and yeah, had a successful engineering business off the back of that because he just was passionate about cars. So yeah, Indiana Kart and Mark Miller, an American racer, might hopefully sponsor me. Oh, wicked! I hope you get it because yeah, it's tough. The motorsport's tough to try and make it as a career because there's no beating around the bush. It's expensive. So yeah, if you can get those sponsors and you can get that backing, I wish you all the best, and hopefully yeah, it works out for you. That's why my little one will not be going into motorsport because it's just too expensive. So YouTube doesn't pay that well yet. Are they going to push for this testing or preserve the engines? With that, what data can we pull from this testing session in terms of team performance? Yeah, so they won't be pushing by any means. Naturally, the cars are quicker. We've already seen a lap time in the sub 1:31s, as we can see there from Leclerc. That's like over a second quicker than what we saw the fastest lap this time last year. This time last year in regards to race pace at Bahrain. So yeah, but we'll see. But Charles Leclerc is on a set of mediums now. Let's see. There's a few drivers out there on a fresh set, and they're on the mediums, but technically it is the soft compound tyre that we'll use at Bahrain. So let's see if they're able to improve any lap times here. So Charles Leclerc's about to go through sector 1. Is it purple? The 29.3. It's about a few hundred. It's about a tenth slower than. Actually, no. He's only a couple of hundred slower than what his best sector 1 time was. So he's on a good pace here. He's on a good pace. George Russell's also going to be starting a lap soon as well, as will Lance Stroll, who is parked at the end of the start-finish straight. What's happened with Lance Stroll? Oh no, it says he's in the pits, but he's actually down at the bottom of the start-finish lane, which I don't start-finish straight, which I don't understand. Let's keep out Charles Leclerc, sector 2. What time is he doing here? 39.1. So that is 2 tenths slower than his fastest second sector time. So this is going to be a quick time, but it's not going to be quick enough. It might be around a 130, low 131, unless he purposely decides to back out of the last sector. And does he go dive into the pits, so he goes across the finish line? He does. Low 131, so 131.2. What's happening at Haas? They're just, it's Bortoletto setting actual lap time. Good man. So everyone has now set a lap time. What is Haas doing? They're sandbagging. Haas are literally sandbagging. They are refusing to go anywhere quicker than a 34. I mean, Ocon has done a 33.9, but yes, they have refused to go quick today. They are hiding something. Very odd for them to go that slowly compared to the rest of the field. And they've got plenty of laps in. Behrman seemed happy afterwards as well, so it's a conscious decision by the team to do their plan this way. So I don't know what they've been testing for, but intriguing nonetheless. If you're a McLaren Red Bull fan, you're still a Ferrari fan. Depends, really. Depends. Isaac Hadjar just up behind his teammate Yuki Tsunoda with a 31.7 there. Not too bad on 5-lap old mediums, or technically softs, I guess. Great drivers come and go. Senna being a massive standout, but Lewis, well, you tell me. Right, so anyone else out there? What's Max doing at the moment? Max is in the pit lane. He's coming out of the pit. So let's see what tyres he goes on to. Is he on is he on hard still, or is he on something fresher? I think he's on the same. I think he's on a set of hard still. George Russell 30. Did he improve last time around? George Russell improved to 31.0. $61 years old. 61 years old isn't old, Taco. You do know YouTube's been around for... since 2008? 2007? When was YouTube created? Mid to late 2000s, wasn't it? Like, that's still like a long time. 2005. Yeah, so 20 years. 20 years of YouTube. So that's been around a long time. "44 years of F1 love for you." Wow. Big fans, big fans. It was 2007, was it? Okay. Yeah, so 17 years. I mean, it's still a long time. It's still a long time. So it's not like it's just popped up in the last 5 years. Right, so Lando's back in the pits. He didn't really do too much running there. Verstappen's out there on another set of R's. Verstappen's just been doing long runs all race. He hasn't all session. Hasn't even bothered about doing anything sort of relatively quick. Lance Stroll doesn't look too good for Aston Martin. Just watching. I really want to see. Has anyone seen footage of them go through turn 3? I want to see turn 3 and see whether or not they're covering that inside curb. George Russell coming back out. Is he on the same set of tyres? He's got to be on the same set of tyres, isn't he? Charles Leclerc, another 31.2. Very consistent the last couple of laps. Almost identical. Esteban Ocon's in a set of tyres. Let's see what Esteban Ocon does. He done a 35.2 last time around. They must be doing... They've obviously got the engine modes and everything's turned down, haven't they? Surely. Yeah, they pretty much are. Yeah, they pretty much are. Just trying to see if I can read anything into anything. So let's see Esteban Ocon. He's on 7-lap old hards. What's his first sector time going to be here? I mean, Ocon is comfortably down in 19th across the board with sector times. And Behrman's slowest out of everyone. But obviously that's a conscious decision by them to do something that slow. And it's a 30.7 for him. So yeah, I mean, that's 4 tenths off of his fastest. Just refusing to go anything... I mean, Haas are the only drivers in the first sector to not get sub 30 seconds. They're also the only drivers in the second sector to not get sub 40 seconds. And yeah, the last sector, they're in the mid 23s. Intriguing choice. Intriguing choice. So 35 minutes left of this first test session day, guys. Thankfully, we got cars back out there with that power cut. But the teams have lost a good hour of testing here this afternoon. So what are their top speeds? That is a good question. Let me have a check. I will have a look and let you guys know. They're bottom of the speed traps, that's for sure. Check here. 188 miles an hour. Ocon is. He's 4 miles an hour slower than his teammate. And he's 12 miles an hour slower than Alex Albon, who reached 200 miles per hour. So yeah, I mean, they're definitely running low engine modes. They've got everything turned down. They've got everything turned down, Haas. You question the Sky analysis sometimes. What are they saying now? I mean, I've got them in my ear, but I haven't really been saying too much. Go on, Connor, enlighten me. What do time traps mean? So the time traps are certain areas on the circuits, say from the first corner to the fourth corner, where the top speed will be, your top speed will be measured. And yeah, it's like sector times, where you have different points across each track, across the track, where your time for that section is measured. The same for your top speed. Yeah, the top speeds won't matter, but you'll be able to determine the engine mode. So that's why we were having a look at the Ocon and Behrman's top speeds to see whether or not if they were considerably down on pace. So F1 unboxing, social media made it so easy to access, better than waiting for Yorkshire TV or any other station back in the day. Internet and instant chat rocks. Yeah, I think that's the best thing about watch-alongs in particular, is that it's, while you may not obviously get the live coverage itself, like with football and so forth, but you get that interaction with other fans, and that's what sport is kind of all about, isn't it? Is having that interaction. That's what's great about going to events live, is you're there for the atmosphere and to experience the event with other people. And that's what these watch-alongs and that, regardless of the sport, allows you to do as a community. Just looking at speed tracers and saying cars are clipping, but you can see they're lifting and coasting, not clipping. Oh, for God's sake. Do they not have that data available? Seriously. Can't they see the throttle inputs? I mean, even if you had on balls, you could hear them lift in an F1 car. It was on this. Oh, God's sake. But I feel like some of them aren't that knowledgeable. Like, they're just literally commentators. That's what they are. And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, they're not like proper analysts, are they? What's his name? Sam's probably the best one. I like Sam. Can't remember his name. He's really techie, isn't he? Battery percentage should be shown. I don't disagree. Yeah, I think battery percent. I mean, the problem is that it's not. It's the same reason as why refueling won't be added back in, because the teams are never going to let us as fans know how much fuel they've got in the car. It's going to be complete guesswork, and we've already been through that period of time, and yeah, there's no point in us going back to it. Yeah, of course they'd have their telemetry. I mean, like, as in they show it. Didn't they have the telemetry data there for them to be shown? But Samsung Insight is really good, especially with analysis on the sticky uppy bits. Who's in the pits at the moment? So, in the pits, out of those that are running this afternoon, we currently have Lance Stroll still in the pits. He hasn't done like any running since we got back underway. We have Ocon is back in the pits at the moment as well. Who else is there? Hadjar is out there. And Norris. That's it. Stroll probably spun out. No. Not yet. Not yet. Alpine could win the championship and you dipped on Sky. Alpine won't win the championship. Best guesses for fuel loads are acceleration once they're not traction limited and not at high speeds. That's why you're here, Connor. That's why you're here. Put me right. But yeah, 30 minutes to go now. Just over 29 minutes of this session to go. Yep. But Verstappen just doing his long runs there. 33.2s last time out. And how's Gasly getting on? Gasly's been doing all right. 35.9s. I mean, that's a soft tyre, isn't it? There, pretty much that medium. Max is technically on a set of mediums. Charles Leclerc 33.4 on those C4s on the mediums there, not doing too bad either. Kind of just says not, yeah. Haas, sandbag, and automatic WCC. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm just so intrigued by their strategy here today. Or by their runs, their test runs. Just to, like to know the logic behind that. No offense, got okay. Thunder and lightning here, 2:30 AM, Blue Mountains. Oh dear. Yeah, no worries, Alan. Good to see you, mate. We'll be back here tomorrow and on Friday as well. And of course, the rest of the season. So yeah, have some rest, mate. 2:30 AM. I appreciate you being up that late, mate. So yeah, have a good one. Who's better, Ferrari or McLaren? Well, at the moment, it's too early to say. It literally is too early to say. There's not a lot really to, in my limited knowledge, to unpackage at the moment. Until there's data available later on, no doubt you'll have all the Twitter wizards unpackage everything and see if it all works. See what happens. Session will end at. The session will end at 8 PM. Oh, they've just added an extra hour onto the session. They've just added an extra hour onto the session. Oh, the missus won't be happy. Yep, they've just added an hour onto the session. That's what we've just been informed. So, they are kind. When did they ever give the teams an extra hour of practice and testing? Yeah, it does make sense, to be fair, but still. Yeah. The race gets their analysis out. Yeah, I'll have a look at some stuff this weekend. Overnight and see. So. Just looking at. Hey, David. If you could choose one sponsor to see on a car, purely from a cool design perspective, which sponsor, logo, and which car? I think that's a pretty easy answer. The Duracell battery on the air intake of the Williams. That is the best implementation of that's the best implementation of a sponsor. I think F1 history? I'm struggling to think of a better implementation of a sponsor. Oh, you mean a sponsor logo that currently doesn't exist? Oh, that's a tough one. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. Have you got some suggestions? I really don't know. It's weird nobody's on fast laps. Yeah, I mean, they just want to stick to run plans. Okay, Lando might be on a bit of a faster lap. He's on a brand new fresh set of mediums, which is a set of softs for the Bahrain Grand Prix. So let's see how he gets on. Let's see what he does, hey? I've got the sector times here. Of course, you guys can see that as well. So, DRS open, down into turn 4. Of course, be careful of track limits there. Very easy to run wide. And Lando Norris sets a purple first sector at 29.126. That is 2 tenths quicker than Charles Leclerc in the first sector, who currently has the fastest lap of this session. Now, the question is, will Lando Norris lift anywhere? Let's see how this second sector is for McLaren. Will he set another purple? Or will he lift down this straight here just to dial it back a little bit? We will see. Down into turn 11, swooping left-hander up the hill to the right-hander of turn 12. Have to be careful of understeer into turn 13. And no, it's a 38.7. That's 2 tenths quicker than Charles Leclerc in the second sector. So Lando's going full send right now. He's already 4 tenths up by my calculation, but whether or not he does decide to lift in the last sector or not, we'll see as Lando comes across the line and provides us with a 130.4, a 22.6 from Lando in that last sector. Did he lift? Did he lift? Let's see. I've got TV coverage on. But the first two sectors, very quick. Very quick. Hang on. Just waiting to hear if he lifts. I don't know. Did he? Have you got the telemetry data up to see that if he did lift slightly, or maybe he just braked a touch earlier? You never know. But I believe that there's probably still more time in that McLaren on Leclerc there in the last sector, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But even so, yeah, still four temps up, 4.5 temps up on Charles Leclerc there. So, ooh. Not bad. Not bad. It's interesting as well because Bahrain is also not a good track for them. No, yeah, historically it's not been great. But we'll see. Probably did it on a lean mix. Carl McLaren did a fly lap after all they did in the morning. I know. Yeah. This is a second off from last year's quali laps. As I said, I think at some point you kind of just have to go, yeah, we need to lay down a marker. Like, don't you want to let the other teams know? Like, scare them a bit? But I've never really understood the sandbagging element. Like, you're not really showing all your cards. Like, I mean, I guess to a certain extent you don't want to show a clear advantage over the rest of the field because then something might get penalised and protested. But I think for the most part, as long as you showcase that, like, yeah, we're gonna have to be the team to beat this year. I think that's a good thing to do. Leclerc will beat them. Maybe. I think it's gonna be. I really do think it's gonna be interesting this year. I just hope so. Anyway, am I gonna go give LMU a try, Ali? Yeah, I will do when I've got time. I've got it downloaded. I have opened it up and got into it, and I kind of dialed in some of the settings. But then when I tried to drive out the pits, my throttle and brake pedal weren't working. So the gear shifters were working, but the throttle wasn't. So, and I haven't got back round to kind of adjusting things. So yeah, I will do at some point. But yeah, I haven't yet. Oscar's probably raging in the pits. Wait, he's too polite cat for that. No, he'll get Mark Webber to do it. He'll get Mark Webber to go and fight his corner for him. There's something to say for both sandbagging and whipping them mentally. True. I think they just run midfield mostly to give an idea of quali and race behaviour, and then there's like 5 to 10k difference between the teams. What happened to Piastri this morning? Nothing too much. We just had a solid session. Just stuck to some long run plans, and yeah, did what he needed to do. Nothing really to write home about. So. Yeah, I don't think we'll see another flyer for a while. Lance Stroll still in the pits. Oh, Esteban Ocon, I think for the first time, is on the medium? He's on the softs? No. Okay, let's keep an eye on Esteban Ocon. Oh, he's on an actual lap, but he's still 2 temps down on his fastest lap. So Ocon Haas refusing to turn up any sort of engine. How about George Russell? I feel like George wants the fastest time, you know? I feel like George is going to slap on a set of softs at some point and just go, I want fastest. Thank you, Nico. Thank you. So how's Bortoletto got on today? Only done 30 laps. Lance Stroll only done 21. I tell you what, both the Aston Martins haven't done a lot of laps today. Alonso only did 46 laps in the morning. Stroll has only done 21. He's fortunate that they've been afforded another hour of practice. Yeah. I wonder if Aston Martin... I mean, that's... I have said I do think Aston Martin are going to struggle this year, and it's not a good start, is it, for them? Not a good start. Will Stroll survive without an accident? What do you think? What do you think? Has Max done any laps with medium tyres? I think he did firstly. No. Max has only done laps on hards. Well, I say hards. They're technically hards for this testing weekend. But I don't know if you, if anyone who's joining late knows about the tyre allocations this week. So basically, we are using every single set of compound available for the season. So C1 all the way through to C6, which is a new compound of tyre, which is in effect an ultra soft tyre, but will only be available to use at street circuits. And at Bahrain, it's a very high abrasive circuit, so a lot of degradation, and it means that the C1, C2, and C3 are the tyres of choice. The C1 being the hard compound tyre, C2 being the medium, and the C3 being the soft. Now, how that is detailed here this week on multi-viewer here for you guys is that anything without these little wings on are the harder element of compounds. So you start off with the C1, which is what Pierre Gasly is on at the moment. That is the hard compound tyre for the Bahrain race weekend. Max has got these little wingtips here, you can see, on the brackets. And that is the medium compound tyre, the C2 tyre, for the Bahrain weekend. So he's technically been doing runs on a mixture of hard and medium. And then the medium, which has, without the wingtips, so Alonso earlier, or Stroll, or Ocon at the moment is probably the best indicative driver there. He's on the softs that would be used for the Bahrain Grand Prix. And anyone with the wingtips now is using a step softer than that for Bahrain. In effect, an ultra soft tyre for Bahrain, but it won't ever be used. The C4 won't ever be used here. That's it. Hope that makes sense. No, I think it's the... I don't think it is indicating that they're new. I don't think so. I think it's because that's technically brackets. So on the Pirelli thing, it's stating that they're using... if you look at the Pirelli indicator, it says that no brackets means that they're using C1s with brackets means they're C2. I think that's it anyway. I don't think that means they're used, are they? So I think that's the case. Let me try and see if I can find out if that is true. Just trying to find that out. Oh, is it not? Oh, maybe I got that wrong, but I think that's how I'm assessing it. Teams seem almost the same as last year. Teams are as strong as last year. Yeah, look, I think hopefully they basically just... Hopefully it's just a continuation of last season, right? That's what we're all hoping for. But Ferrari is strong. McLaren is strong. Red Bull, there or thereabouts. Mercedes pop up every now and then. What is going on with Aston? They didn't do any laps. I don't know what's going on with Aston, to be honest with you. Stroll hasn't come out and done a single lap since we've got back underway. You mean the start of last season, right? Surely you want a closer championship battle than that. Just trying to see if there's any indication of why Lance Stroll hasn't gone back out yet on some of these live commentary. Oh, so 6 minutes ago, confirmation that the Monaco format has been approved. So change in format. The FIA has announced this year's F1 race in Monaco will indeed be a mandatory 2-stop race, regardless of weather conditions. However, the proposed requirement for teams to use all 3 slick compounds in a dry race has not been introduced after all. Okay, 2-stopper it is at Monaco. Confirmed. I mean, it's got to help. It's got to help. It provides a little bit more variability into the Monaco Grand Prix. So just trying to see if there's anything else. Is there anything regarding Lance Stroll? Oh, by the way, have you guys seen Felipe Massa is bringing a legal challenge against F1 and the FIA and Bernie Ecclestone for the 2008 championship? He's seeking damages, having been narrowly beaten, of course, by Lewis in 2008. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit late, mate. You're doing it nearly 20 years later. Why aren't you doing it? Why are you not doing it like the next year? I don't even think it's actually getting the championship overturned now, Rob. I think it's just he just wants money. He just wants damages. He's seeking damages. He's not asking for the title to be overturned, because I think that actually got thrown out. I think that was something they dropped. He was seeking that initially, but they were like, that's not going to happen, so they dropped it. He's actually trying to... He's broke. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's a cash grab. It's a cash grab, isn't it? It's a cash grab. So some things... Yeah. Have a look at the man's finances, and that'll tell you everything, won't it, really, about why he's doing that. Nothing regarding Stroll at the moment. Nothing regarding Stroll. Let's go on F1 testing and see. If Renault has to be caught cheating, then they would have been DQ'd from Singapore, which would have just helped Hamilton. This is so dumb. Yeah, there's... I've seen people compare... I don't want to mention 21 again. But I've seen people compare the two. And the difference is that happens so much sooner in the season. There's too many variables from that point in the season to the end of the year. So, yeah, I don't see how you can really... Whereas, like, obviously what happened in 21, it was the last race, and it was, like, the last few laps as well. So very, very, very different points in the season, which I think has a lot of things behind it. So, a lot of reason behind it why... Yeah. Anyway. As for Monaco, not a real solution. Yeah, but I mean, look, Monaco... Even if we have smaller cars around there, we're just not going to ever have decent racing. We never really had even decent racing when we had the smaller cars in the late 2000s. Still super difficult to pass then. So, yeah, has F1 outgrown Monaco? Yes. However, I do think now, I don't know, I've kind of not been sympathetic to Monaco, but I feel like because we've got 24 races in a year, If we have one race where it's slightly different and qualifying is slightly more special than what the actual race day is itself, I'm not too negative on it. If it was like we only had 20 races or we only had like 15 races and Monaco was there, I'd be like, yeah, we need to replace it with something that's going to provide better entertainment and better racing. But because we've got 24 and we've still got 23 races that arguably can provide better racing, I don't mind it, really. I've kind of just got over it, and I've kind of just accepted that Monaco will never disappear because of its history. And because it's an excuse for all the rich men and women in the world to congregate and spend a shit ton of money and flaunt their wealth. And because of that, it will always remain. Yeah, exactly. So Massa wasn't supposed to win Spa 2000, inherited a win, and Hamilton got an unfair 25th. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's too many variables from that point and to that, from Singapore to the end of the season. So, I mean, even in that race, maybe Massa should look at his own team for keeping the fuel and for him putting away with the fuel hose still in the car. Just saying. So yeah, anywho, back to testing. Oh, lots of changes happening to Max Verstappen's car, apparently. Anyone out there on kind of newish tyres? Bortoletto's on a set of new... Oh, no, I keep looking at Lance Stroll, but Lance Stroll's not out there at the moment, so... Is that Glock? Charles Leclerc doing some long runs on those mediums there. 1:36.8. Oh, a bit wide from Charles Leclerc. The Ferrari's, yeah, that Ferrari's a little bit skittish, isn't it, Connor? Through the turn 13. Is it turn 13 there? Looks like turn 13. Yeah, turn 13. Some decent changes. Yeah, they're making a lot of changes on that Red Bull, aren't they? Lots of changes, especially this late on in the day as well, with only an hour left. And again, Charles is running very wide. He's pushing the limits. That Ferrari doesn't like turn 13. Good. She what? He fell asleep on the plane. They've extended. You're coming in for the 7-minute countdown. Sorry. Not my fault. Blame the FIA. They've extended it for an hour. What do we think of the RB18 as a safety car or the Valkyrie? Yeah, Valkyrie would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Am I stable? No, it's all good. She was ready to hand over the little one to me again. She was waiting for. That's what he was waiting for. Right behind him in a moment. Right. Nearly on the hour mark left to go. What have we got? What have we got occurring? Stroll still in the pits. Bortoletto out on a set of hards. How is Charles Leclerc getting on again? Is he still struggling for that turn 13? I think he is. Any spin-offs? Yeah, we've had two. We've had one from Liam Lawson early in the morning, but he saved it through turn 3. Just clipped the curb too much on the inside curve of turn 3. And then I really want to see an onboard and see if anyone else is really clipping it. I think Charles Leclerc did, because I wanted to know if it was a Red Bull car thing or if it was a Liam Lawson thing. And then Isaac Hadjar spun it round 360 for the exit of turn 4. So, how is little one? She's really good. Really good. Show us my product. Yeah, no, she's doing really good. So, did you see the rebellion in the SF forums? Oh, what, voting for a new team, a new schedule, and a new community manager. Hey, Gavin, good to see you, mate. How's it going? Project Abu Pudding. Right, let's have a look at him again for this turn 13, Charles Leclerc. Just watching him as he goes through here. Yeah, it's not looking quite planted through there, but I mean, it is a tricky corner, turn 13. Yeah, he's so hesitant, isn't he, to get through Throttle there. He's having to do a bit of correction mid-corner to get the car pointing in. Taking off a lot of speed to get there. Stay on board with him through turn 3, please, while we're at it, please. Oh my god, he's gone well deep into turn 1. Wide from turn 3. So yeah, he's taken a bit too. It was a bit wide at turn 3 as well, so. It looked like some more propaganda in the comments of it. Was there any pushback on it, though? When I looked at it, only one person had voted against keeping everything the same. So, and Antonelli doing the morning. Yeah, he seems to do good. Yeah, he's got 78 laps in, which is a good amount. And he set the fastest lap of the morning. So, yeah, pretty decent for him. It's 87% yes, 13% no. That's overwhelming, isn't it? Yeah, I've always said it should be separate anyway. I think it's just a bit lazy that both schedules are the same, to be honest with you. Two very different cars to drive. It should be... So yeah, two very different cars to drive. It should be on very different tracks, to be honest with you. So, do I have a PS5? No. PC Master Race. Tyres are definitely falling off as well, Connor, aren't they? He's done 19 laps on this set, and he's losing a lot of time. I mean, he's in the 36, high 37s at the moment. Sorry, high 36s at the moment. Wanting to see Charles again through this turn 13. What do I think about Hamilton's? Yeah, it was alright. It was decent enough. Nothing really to write home about. Looked comfortable in the car. Just watching Charles Leclerc. I mean, he's in the pits now, but I'm watching Sky TV, which has got a little bit of a delay on it on my imagery here. Yeah, he's every single time he goes through turn 13, he's having a slight correction mid-corner, isn't he? So yeah, the rear just starting to get away from him a bit in turn 13, and that's where he's losing a considerable amount of time. So. We're expecting Matt to come out soon. Yeah, right on cue. He's out there now, down into turn 1. Charles Leclerc back out as well. I wonder if they've made some changes to that front wing. So, it must be sketchy. Yeah. Oh no, they literally just changed them onto a new set of tyres. That's all they've done. Well, I say a new set, a used set of tyres. 11 laps old, so... Charles on a race sim. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he has a bit more grip, though, through that turn 13. Now he's gone on to tyres that are like 9 laps younger. But he went to the end of the pit lane and did a race procedure start. Race start procedure. Yeah, to see how Max has changed. Yeah, so there was quite a lot of changes made to Max Verstappen's car there with 58 minutes remaining. So let's see what they've done to his car. He's out on the mediums now. So let's see what he does on a fresh set of mediums. How is he going to do here? Will he be able to beat Lando Norris's time? Will he get close? Let's see. What's my favourite livery of the year? Personally, I think out of all the reveals we saw, the RB. But now I've seen them in person and out on track, I don't think really any of them are that great, to be honest with you. I think, personally, and it pains me to say this, the best one is just the Red Bull. Because it's just consistent. It's a solid livery. It's a solid 7 out of 10 for me that they've just stuck with. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's always looked good. But, yeah. Thanks so much, glad I'm back for this year. Thank you, Grace. Yeah. I don't think testing is going to test a lot. More or less, they should be where they were last year. Times are not going to be too much apart. 1.5 seconds from first to last. 2 seconds max. Unless your name is Haas. We'll see. Right, Max Verstappen on a flying lap now. 28.9. 2 tenths quicker than Lando Norris in the first sector. So Max is definitely on a flyer here. Let's see what he does in the second sector. Lots of changes made to the car. Has it improved it or not? So down into turn 10. Very easy to lock up the front right into there. But seems to have navigated it well as he heads down into turn 11. I think it's the exit of turn 12 or on there. Yeah, I think it's the exit of turn 12, which is where we see the second sector pop up. As George Russell will be moving out of the way to allow Max through. And 39.0. How much did George Russell affect him there? He's lost 3 tenths in the middle sector, Max. Maybe George affected him a bit, but 3 tenths through that, single corner is a bit of a lot. It's quite a lot, really, to lose time. I'm watching the TV coverage. See if he lost any time in that middle sector or where he did as he comes around the last corner. And Max goes second fastest, 2.5 tenths back. So even the last sector was off the pace as well. Another 10, yeah, a few hundredths. I'm looking at the... I'm looking to see if he lost any time as he was going past George Russell. No, he didn't lose any time with George Russell. So, definitely lost... Man, this stream of yours has a 30-second delay, and even your info is a minute earlier than F1 TV Pro. Sorry. You get it here first. I think he made a mistake in between turn 8 and turn 10. It didn't look like it. It didn't particularly look like it. I was watching the TV coverage. I need to see it again. But there was no particular lockup. It seemed to hit his apexes and his marks. But still too much. Still can't read too much into it. Of course we can't. No doubt people will. But yeah, quite intriguing that the first sector was quick, but the second sector was a little bit off the pace. I feel like that was... I mean, last year he won this race quite comfortably. But I feel like that's always been the Red Bull. The Red Bull was always quick where it mattered, like in the first sector. Like the overtaking sector, isn't it? What happened to Stroll? What's with his symbol? Yeah, Stroll's just been in the pits. Don't know why. Don't know why. As Russell, wow, didn't even see Russell was on a flying lap there. 30.5 for George Russell. He has gone to second ahead of Max Verstappen, 1.5 tenths back from Norris. On 6-lap old mediums, by the way. That's not bad. That's not bad. Pretty decent. Max, that was a bit of a flying lap there for Max, so he did that one single run and is back into the pits now. Test lap, use a little engine mode in first sector, second sector, then back off on last. Next lap will push only on last. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. There's so many caveats, isn't there, to why they might be slower in a sector or not. So, who knows? Who knows? But yeah. Hey, Mr. Banana. The reason I have the delay though is to change the feed just in case something bad happens. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Max is out again, but I don't know if he's on different tyres. If there is a question mark on the tyres element next to the driver's name, it's because we're awaiting the data to figure out what tyre they're on. Like Max now. We don't know what tyre he's on because there's a bit of a delay in the data being transferred from the car to the F1 data. So and Haas, what's happening with Haas? They're just doing at the moment they're just doing their own thing. They're not bothered about anyone else around them. It's a conscious decision by them and deliberate decision to go this slow today and do these runs in the manner that they have done. So we need 1 point back for fastest lap. I don't know. I always thought it was a trivial thing, to be honest with you. I know it's early to say this, but who is looking good? McLaren look good. I would say McLaren do look good from what I've seen from onboards. Ferrari look good as well. Need to dial out a bit of the issues, particularly through the top end of the circuit, which is from turn 12 to turn 13. But for the most part, they look pretty good as well. Yeah. But it really, I mean, Carlos Sainz has snuck up there into P5. I didn't realise that, by the way. Everyone else is a bit too difficult to kind of understand. Which tyre is Max on? There we go. On the medium now. He's on the medium. Still on that medium. Not forget about the mini sector. Teams use high engine mode and high fuel for a select part of the track. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Battery usage as well. They can change where that's deployed. So I find it interesting how they used to play replays of a crash before they knew if a driver was okay, and now that's changed where they don't play them until they know, which is a good thing. Yeah, I mean that's come from different sports, isn't it? That's come from I think football for the most part, with like head collisions and of course with some unfortunate collapses out on pitch. But they don't replay those moments anymore, whereas they used to until they know they're safe. So. Fastest lap, 1 point shouldn't count if you pitted within 20 laps or something, and then it makes sense. Otherwise, it's just BS. Yeah, true. Maybe. If they mandated that it was between certain laps, yeah, as you've just, yeah, both of you have the same. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's too many caveats to that, though, isn't there? Like, what if there's a late red flag? What if there's a late safety car or something? And they took advantage of that, and then they're able to pit, and I don't know. I remember the times when we only heard red what happened in testing after the fact. Getting still pictures was a plus. Fine times we live in. Yeah. Garin, wanted to say thanks to me for all the iRacing content. Definitely has given me something to watch. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, it's glad to see people still enjoy it. Still get the subscribers from it and stuff, and I enjoy doing it. That's the thing on the channel. I did query to you guys, do I separate out this channel from F1 content to sim racing content? Because you're always told that sometimes you get penalised for having different types of content on the same channel. And of course, not going to lie to you guys, the end goal for me is to make this a full-time career. But I was toying with the idea back and forth of whether it'd be a good idea or not. And you guys solidified for me, really, that it isn't. And I guess I don't get a lot of time, really, to do as much content as I would like. Of course, with just general life and work life and stuff. And I think keeping things, keeping things on the same channel it is a one-stop shop for it all is good. Rather than splitting it out and letting one channel suffer. So. Pit stop is a risk as well. It can go wrong. Yeah. Hey, greatest. Sorry to bother you. What are the tyre rules for pre-season testing? So they have an allocation for tyres. Every single tyre compound is available to use this week from the C1 to the C6, but not every team has brought the same amount of tyres to same amount of compound to this weekend. So if you go on Pirelli's Twitter page, you'll be able to find that, or in my Discord, I've posted it in there. It will show where the tyres that they've brought. And they can use them however they like. They don't have to use all of them, and they don't have to, they don't have to use every single type of compound that they've brought with them. So you could always use other platforms. Yeah, I do try and do that. Doneza, I post shorts on TikTok and Instagram and stuff. So should not change it, Taco. Yeah, keep this at the same place. Yeah, for now, all one channel is perfect. Keeps it nicely together as well. And I think some people won't notice or look that you've made a second channel. Yeah, and that's always the problem, isn't it? Is that when you can have a habit of splitting up your audience. So, yeah. And it's all relatable, isn't it, at the end of the day? It's all racing. So, and hopefully I've converted some of you to sim racing content as well, so that you enjoy. You take back what you were saying about sandbagging. Those boys are hassling those cars. So Lando's now on a set of hard compound tyres. So let's see what he does on this. Can he go quicker on this set of hards? Let's see. Hard compound tyres are a good tyre choice around here. So let's see. Lance Stroll is out, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. Lance Stroll is out. Wow. So Lando, as he heads for the first sector, 30.7. So, okay, no, it's considerably slower. Nothing to worry about there. Considerably slower on the hards, and of course, probably higher fuel and stuff as well. Thank you for subscribing, Deneza, and Delaman as well. Thank you. Anyone else who subscribed in the meantime, much appreciated. You think Norris stated he'll be champion? I think he knows something we don't. Mini DRS again, maybe. I don't think that. I think he's just confident that he's got a good car again, and he ended the season last year with a race win, didn't he, in Abu Dhabi, and in commanding fashion, securing the constructors' championship for McLaren, and he ended the year with 4 race wins. So I think he's probably learnt from last year, and he's feeling positive about this year. I don't think it's because he knows something. And he's probably got a good indication that his car is going to be fighting for race wins consistently again. So Instagram is different, though. They're pretty rude. Yeah, Instagram's a weird place. As is Facebook. What I post on Instagram goes on Facebook, and some of the comments I get on Facebook are just funny. What team do I think is going to be the best? Who knows? McLaren and Ferrari will be up there, I think. Could see a battle between those two. Will Nui have an effect on this year's car? I think he'll have a slight input, but not so much of an input. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'd be interested to see if he's there at race weekends or not, or whether he's decided to take a conscious step back from that role. And if he does that at Aston Martin. If he does, then if he's there at race weekends, he's there in relation to improving that year's car. If he's not there, then I think you can probably assess that he's more focused on the 2026 car. No, it's worth the funny as long as you don't take it seriously. Hey Chris, how do you get past a large week? How do you get past a week of large IR loss? You just get back in the car and go again, buddy. That's all you do. That's all you do. Some weeks it goes your way and you have a very poor run, and then the next week you can have your best week of your life. So yeah, just get back out there, buddy. That's all you can do. What do I think about the removal of the fastest lap point? Yeah, we were just discussing that. I mean, I'm not too disappointed to see it go. I was never really a big fan of it being introduced in the first place. I know some of you want to see it stay, but I don't know. Right, 44 minutes remaining, guys. 44 minutes remaining. Lance Stroll out there. How's he getting on? Only 25. He's done the least amount of laps out of anyone comfortably here today. Lando Norris is out there doing some long runs on a set of hards. Let's keep an eye out on his lap times, how he gets on. So last lap was 140. Getting caught by Max, who's on a set of mediums. George Russell out there as well. What about the rookies this year? Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to the carnage that the rookies are going to cause, especially Lawson and Antonelli at the front of the pack. I'm really looking for them to mix it up. And I think Behrman's going to do a good job as well in the midfield. I think Hadjar's going to be spicy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Bortoletto, I don't have much faith in Stake F1 and the car he's going to have to drive this year. Could be a tough one for him and Hulkenberg, but we'll see. That he's definitely got talent. That's for sure. You don't win F3 and F2 back-to-back if you don't. So Norris is giving Max slipstream. Well, Max has just backed off now. Unless he had an off somewhere. What else you got? Yeah, Hadjar's on a brand new set. But that was slow. Did he make a mistake there? That's a flying lap for him. 42.7. Hadjar's definitely had a little wobble, I think, somewhere. So they're making changes to Charles Leclerc's car. They had made a few changes, but they hadn't seemed to be working for him. So they're maybe reverting back to what he had previously. We'll see. Just looking at anything here. Sorry guys, just trying to find any other news on F1. No, nothing at the moment. Nothing really to report. Maybe stuff will come out afterwards. If they were all in the same car, who would win? The rookies. Oh. Probably Lawson, because he's got the most experience. That's the only kind of logic I can kind of come up with. I think they're all quick, but yeah, I think because he's had the most experience, and Behrman may be close as well. Honestly, this is just checking fastest laps. It says nothing about race pace. Yeah, right now there's not much going on, is there? I do not call Piastri a rookie, no. 2 years, 2 full seasons in F1 is definitely not a rookie. Thank you for the sub, Sean. Much appreciated. Bottas hasn't fallen off by any means. He just didn't have the car after he left Merc. Yeah, he admitted he made the wrong decision, didn't he? He came out and said, I shouldn't have moved to where he did. He should have thought a bit differently about moving elsewhere. I think there was a potential return for him to Williams, wasn't there, at one point? He would have been better off going there than where he did, so... Anyone sandbagging Jackie? The only ones I think are sandbagging are Haas. They really don't want to show their hands today, that is for sure. Interesting to see if that carries on over the next couple of days. But yes, 65 laps for Ocon thus far, 72 this morning for Behrman. A conscious decision. I know I sound like a broken record, but yeah, a deliberate decision for them to run as slow as they have today. So clearly focusing on different areas compared to everyone else, and yeah, doing their own thing. and they seem happy about it. There's no worry for them about it. So yeah. Fernando, oh, what, 20-year rookie? Or how many years he's been in F1 now? 23-year rookie? Oh, it's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day. Made even longer, of course, with that. Made even longer with that, yeah, extra hour of the power cut. So, but thank you for all the subs that have been flying in, by the way, guys. Much appreciated. We've had 70 subs today, nearly 70 subs. So much appreciated, guys. And if you have liked it so much and you haven't hit that sub button yet, we're gonna be back tomorrow and on Friday as well. So yeah, be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the notification button as well to be alerted when I go live, because I'll be setting the stream up for tomorrow after this. And yeah, I'm going to be posting my predictions later also. You would like Bottas to replace Kimi? He is more experienced. He may be more experienced, however, I feel like Bottas has had his opportunity in a top team. He's had that. He spent 5 years at Mercedes. It was time for him to move on. It's time for some of these older drivers to move on and give the youngsters a go. The young, exciting young drivers a go. So, same time, Gavin. So we will be live just before 7 a.m. UK time for the start of the morning session. And then the afternoon session will be at 12 midday for UK time. So, is it from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. for you? Oh my God. Wow. Doom will be replaced by Colapinto. Yeah, I think everyone's expecting that. I think everyone is. So Ferrari game once again very slow in the long runs. Always 36s while the others are doing 32s and 33s. The difference is that Leclerc is on 14-lap mediums. And also you don't know what fuel they're running as well. So 36 for Charles Leclerc. He may have the engine mode turned down as well. Battery mode. There's so many caveats as to why he may be running the lap times he is compared to Verstappen. Or to Norris as an example. But yeah, he's evidently slower, Charles, in the first sector. Which for me, the fact that he's like a second slower in the first sector than Max means they've got the engine modes turned down. Because that's all about your acceleration and all about your top speed. Because it's from the start-finish line through to the exit of turn 4. So that's indicative to me. That's got nothing to do with lack of grip and cornering speed, but all to do with top speed. Hey, Edison. Yes, another new season. Not long to go until the season gets underway. And I cannot believe the first race is in Oz, and I've got to get up at like 4 a.m. I will be doing practice 1 and 2, and I'll be up in the middle of the night, and then got to go to work. Thoughts on Bathurst potentially being on the SF calendar next season? I mean, bit of a meme track, isn't it? I'll do it for the content, Taco, but I can't say I'll be racing too many there. What do I do for work, Deneza? I am a quantity surveyor in construction. So that's my day job. Just watching. Come on, stay on board with George through turn 3. Go on. Oh, they cut away from him as he went through turn 3. Not really a big fan of. I don't really bet on F1. Yeah, don't really bet on it. I only have a cheeky little tipple on football at the weekends. But do I enjoy it? It's a weird one. Do I enjoy it? I'm not sure I'd say I enjoy it. I don't dislike it. I enjoy doing this. But it is nice that it's a job where every day is different. And I do work with a good bunch of people. So yeah. But enjoy it. I don't know. I kind of like, I'd much prefer doing this as my full-time job, creating content and stuff like that, rather than, yeah, looking at Excel spreadsheets every day. You'd rather Bathurst over the Glen, really? I don't know. I don't mind the Glen so much. I'm an F1 reserve driver. Yeah, all right. I'm going to respond to chat. That's what I try and do. It's an interaction. It's all about interaction, Danny. And that's, look, if I was just here washing Sky and just looking through this and talking to myself, which, to be fair, I can do a lot of. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's not what it's about. Of course, as the streams get busier and busier and stuff like that, it is a bit difficult to try and keep up to date with chat. But yeah, I always try and respond as best as I can. So, and that's the whole thing about making this testing days much. And this is what Sky TV don't really have, is that yes, they get proposed questions and stuff, and they're able to chat amongst themselves, but they don't really have that proper back and forth with the viewership, which I think, obviously, it's very different when you're on a broadcast, but that's why testing can be a bit boring, I think, or come across as boring. So, solid content and nice watch-alongs. Thanks, Gavin. Expectations for Aston Martin this year. Yeah, a few of you asked that already. I don't have high expectations. I have very low expectations for them. I think they're going to struggle this year. Really do. I just think they're one of those teams that are putting a lot of stock into 2026 and aren't going to put a lot of stock into this year. So, yeah, and we've seen them fall off as well. We've seen them fall off quite dramatically in previous seasons, and I don't think there's going to be a fall off from them. I just don't think they're even going to be at the races. I don't think they're going to be towards the back of the grid, but I think they may struggle to score quite a few points this year. Oh yeah, Next Level Racing. Good guys they are, brilliant guys. Provided me with my whole sim rig, they did. So they're absolutely brilliant. They're wicked. Comfy chairs as well, comfy products. I think I'm getting a new chair from them as well, actually. They've got a new chair that's coming out that they want me to replace this with, because this is an old one now. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that and seeing what that's like. YouTube's been around for 19 years. Jordan. You watching this on playback? We had that conversation about an hour and a half ago. Thanks for the reconfirmation, though. Is it 19 years or is it 17 years? No one could really pinpoint it, but... Is it awkward to talk and not hear anyone respond, or does it just feel like a normal conversation? It just feels like a normal conversation, to be honest with you. Yeah. Yeah, I've always felt, obviously, for others, I understand how it can be quite difficult for people, streaming and stuff. You're either kind of a natural at it, and talking comes easy to you. I've been very fortunate that I've always been very talkative. It was always on my report card when I was a kid in school. Scott's doing very well, but he does talk too much. And I understand that others have to work at it. But yeah, I feel like there's nothing worse really than streaming and not having an audience and not having a back and forth. The hard part is really trying to be entertaining when you haven't got a following, really. So yeah, especially with like the numbers, as the numbers go up and stuff like that. Like, there would have been a time, like there's 260 of you in here now, right? Which is great, absolutely brilliant. And there would have been a time where I would have shat my pants, going, "Oh my god, there's over 200 people in this stream right now." But you very quickly kind of get over that fact, and you just realise it's a number. And if there was 250 of you in front of me right now while I was doing this, it'd be very, very different. But yeah, it's, you just kind of eventually get used to it. So you see how these guys who stream to very big followings, how can they talk in front of thousands of people? Well, because it's just a number to them, really. Have I tried to switch streaming? Yeah, I stream. I I don't do enough streaming because of my lack of time with work and that. I don't do too much streaming. Obviously, little one, family, I want to spend time with them as well. So most of what I do is video content, really. And then I do the watch along streaming, and I try and stream every now and then, just to interact with you all, which is what I like to do. Streaming is kind of cool like that, yeah. Will Hamilton come out of the pit? No, he did the morning session, Timo. He will be back in the car tomorrow, I believe. So yeah, he did the morning session, so it won't be back out till tomorrow. That's your struggle right now on Twitch. I'm just trying to talk and constantly trouble pulling people. Yeah, look, I've always said with streaming, and you'll see this repeated over and over and over again online from those who are like YouTube gurus and stuff like that. You need to try and build up a following first before streaming, personally. It's okay to stream and then repurpose that content into short form content to get a following and then a viewership. That's how I would do it if I was starting a new one. I mean, I still do it now. I still stream and I get multiple clips from it, and that's how you're able to build up a following. But yeah, if I wouldn't just stream to like no viewers if you're not going to repurpose that content. So yeah. Did Max not like the setup changes? I didn't see him running after they made the changes. Yeah, he did. He changed. Yeah. He's back. Well, he's back in. He's done about 15 laps on those changes, Connor. Yeah. He went out there, did a flying lap on that 3 laps there on that mediums after the changes he made. He set a 30.6, and then he came back into the pits very quickly, went straight back out. Maybe I think that might have been onto an old set of tyres, and then yeah, he went on to do like a long run on those set. What's that? My favourite team, we've discussed this. I don't really have a favourite team. McLaren's the team that I grew up kind of supporting because I love Mika Hakkinen and obviously Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton's probably the driver I root for the most. And then like Lando Norris. So obviously I support kind of the Brits mostly first and foremost. And then there's others that I prefer and root for. And there's others that I don't root for as much. Guess he was pretty happy then. Yeah, I think he seemed pretty happy. Yeah. I haven't heard anything from him today, actually. Yeah, no worries, Gavin. See you tomorrow, mate. See you tomorrow. What do I think of Stroll, Arthur? So, what I think of Stroll is that I have nothing against the man personally. Don't really have any opinions on him personally. But I do believe that he's had his time in F1. He is the most fortunate man ever in F1. Because he has a team that has literally been bought for him. No other driver in the history of F1 has had a team bought for them. And if he was at another team where it was performance-based, like it is mostly, even with the money that he brings in, he would have been let go years ago, and his F1 career would have lasted 4 years at the most, really. But yeah, because he's had the money behind him, and because he's bought his seat into F1, always has done. Stroll is only ever going to leave unless his dad decides to sell the team, his dad gets forced out of the team by investors, or Lance Stroll decides to leave himself. But yes, let's be honest, he's had his day. He doesn't even look like he wants to be there anymore, and that he's doing this for his dad. I have word from someone who used to work in the paddock. The word on the grapevine is that he's doing this for his dad. His dad is living through his son. And I've heard that from someone who used to be in the paddock. And they've heard some almighty arguments between him and his old man as well. So, yeah. Unsurprising, I think, from most. Unsurprising. And, yeah, that's, yeah. think that's it. So that's my opinions on him, really. See you, Speed. Love my streams. Been putting on Watchalong whenever I stop watch a Cool Rest. Thank you, buddy. I'll try not to. I enjoy this too much. I enjoy it. And that's the main thing. So, as I said, like, love for this to be a full-time career one day. And hopefully it will be. It's going to be a bit of a long road to get there. But I'm sure we'll do it. Sure we will. At some point. And as long as I continue to see the growth and the support from you guys, that's what matters, and that's what keeps, obviously, you keeps anyone really from continuing to create content. How is LH doing? Not until he did all right. He's done and dusted now. He did the AM session, so no Rose Arthur. Not long left, guys. 23 minutes of this first practice session. I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to get a little bit tired. I feel like that extra hour is just a bit too much. I don't normally stream this long. This is like my longest stream in a long time. Especially talking so much. I'll be like, I show Speed soon. No. No way. He's, I show Speed is just a different level, isn't he? Different type of streamer. It's mad what he's been able to do. Not my sort of content creator, not the sort of content I consume, but respect to him and what he's been able to do. He's mad, yeah. He tailors to a completely different audience than me. I'm 33 years old, and I consume motorsport content, and like I still like my geeky stuff, my anime, my fantasy shows, and all that sort of stuff. Very, very different to what Speed provides. Same as like a few of the other big content creators out there, and that's fine. Like, there's so many different, like, there's so many popular people out there with channels and who are so successful with millions of subscribers that you just would never have heard of and do such random things. But there's an audience for everything, isn't there? I guess. He is Mash, yeah, he very much is. Don't forget me when I'm the next commentator. I always remember where I came from. Look, Max going slow through turns 8 to 10 again. Was he? He's heading back into the pits. Has he got an issue? He only did one lap there on a brand new set of mediums. What happened there? I'll see if I can see if the TV coverage has caught that. We'll see. You just love the clips he has. Him and Kata are my favourite for quick laughs. Yeah, they're very clippable, aren't they? But the great thing is I mean, the only kind of real stuff I've seen of Speed is when he seems very humble. He's very humble, and he very much like knows how successful he is, but how much he can make someone's day or some kid's day by just having a photo with them and just spending 20 seconds out of his day. That I really like. I really do like that. Because he's so successful, so young, he's still able to show some humility and know what he's able to provide to the fans and stuff. So I've never really kind of understood that, really, with people that are successful and famous and stuff. And like, in the day, the reason you're famous and successful and able to live the life you are is because, yes, you're talented and you're entertaining and so forth, whether you be a singer or a film star or whatever. Ultimately, that's because of people like consuming your acting, your singing, your content and stuff. So I know some people can go step over the mark and be too pushy and stuff, but yeah, for the most part, like, just a bit of time out of someone's day. Sorry, a bit of time out of your day to make, just to have a photo and shake someone's hand or whatever, goes a long way. My pleasure. My absolute pleasure, Donazer. We'll be back here again to do it all again tomorrow. All again tomorrow. Ocon is going crazy. 75 laps. Yeah, I mean, doing super well. I feel like I'm most intrigued out of all of the teams out here today. I'm most intrigued by Haas. What was their aim today? That's what I really am intrigued about. So we'll see. We'll see. Surely some glory runs coming. If Alonso was out there still, you know he'd be going for glory runs. Oh, Russell's out there on a set of mediums. Russell loves a glory run, doesn't he? Russell loves a glory run. Let's see what he's able to do. Max Verstappen's on still the same set of mediums he was before, 30.4. Let's see. There's 2 more days of practice, Donazer. 2 more days. You know, maybe Haas turned down the pace to preserve his fitness so they could drive longer. Yeah, probably. Maybe they're just going for reliability. There's also that. Stress testing is a big part of F1. But yeah, really intrigued to see what their thought process was today and their aim. Just because we know that they're so far off the pace and they've done a considerable amount of laps, and it's obviously what they wanted to do. Right, here we go. George Russell. Let's keep an eye on him. Glory run incoming. 17.5 minutes remaining. Here we go. Let's see. What time is it for me now? It's approaching 6 p.m. All right, down into turn 1. Of course, first sector time will be out the exit of turn out of really Essex there, wasn't I? Out of the out of the corner of turn 4, Scott. Is it 5? Oh, sorry, 5. Oh, I'm so out of whack right now. So out of whack. A 30.17. So no, not a glory run here from George Russell. That's a full second off of his fastest first sector. So definitely not a glory run here coming from George Russell. McLaren running front. Are they? They're ripping off front wing gurney flaps. Maybe Haas are working on tyre deck. Yeah, maybe. I'd just like to see an explanation for it. I'm sure they will explain it. Do I gaming stream? Yes, not too often though, Donazer. That's where I was saying I mainly do video content of my races and that because I just don't get the time to really stream that often. So F1 like watchalongs and stuff is what I really put the time aside for, and like my missus and that she's very supportive of that. But yeah, the gaming streams, the racing streams, not too often. But I try when I can. But they're very sporadic. There's no like scheduled in time and day when I specifically do it. It's just when I can get some time. In 2022, Mercedes did the 1-2 in Barcelona pre-testing, so does it really matter about it? No, results in pre-testing mean absolutely diddly squat. They mean diddly squat. It's more so picking out trying to pick out weaknesses more so than how quick teams are. That's more so what you're looking at. You're trying to find out, okay, through the TV coverage, is there specific corners that the car really looks like unstable, that they're struggling with? Is it like a lack of top speed that they're struggling with? Reliability? That's what you're really trying to look at. You're trying to look for the weaknesses. And that's obviously what they're all trying to do as well. They're trying to iron out the kinks. Long runs and ease of pace are pretty reliable in testing. Yeah. Am I given money for streaming? I do earn some money from streaming, yeah. Yeah, through YouTube, ad revenue. and of course from your guys' support with memberships as well. But it's pocket money. The best way I describe it is pocket money. It's a nice amount each month, but nowhere near enough to support a full-time career, to pay my bills, mortgage, insurance, all that stuff, and to live on top of that. So, do the hearts help? They do, they do. Every single like and every single subscriber massively helps. But yeah. Why is no one using DRS? Maybe they're trying to look at the drag of the car. Maybe they don't want to use DRS. You're not always going to be able to use DRS when in a race. So using DRS, like that's what I do when I'm practicing in sim racing. I want to see what my genuine pace is without DRS. So no taper fade. What else we got going on here? That Haas actually does look quite slow in the corners. Like it's visibly slower through the corners. All right. Anyone else out there? Who else is out there at the moment? Tell you what you can see is that Max and George, I've noticed, are very similar in the first sector, aren't they? 30.1s. There's only been like a few hundreds to separate George and Max. Max a bit quicker on the overall laps though. Keep an eye on the second sectors here. 39.9 for Max there in the second sector. How about George here in the second? 40.2. So George losing quite a bit of time in the middle sector compared to Max. And you wouldn't suspect really that that's due to engine modes, maybe fuel load, due to the acceleration. But considering he's on 4-lap fresher tyres than Max, that's interesting. And then slightly slower in the last corner, so 33.5 again for George in the last lap, and a 33.0 for Verstappen. That's interesting. Salty. No Lance Stroll slander in here. Haas is defo on the higher downforce trim. Are they really? I need to look at their package again, their rear wing. Is Hamilton down for the day? Yeah, he'll be back out tomorrow, I presume. Ferrari's new pull rod system looks tricky to adjust, so they're struggling to get a handle on it. So my voice hasn't changed. I know, Raven. Thank you, buddy. Trying our best to keep talking. You know, that's why it's great to have you guys. There's only so much to keep us interested through testing. It can be a bit of a long, arduous process, but that's what I wanted to do, was go live for you all so that you have a place to discuss and chat F1. So very interested in seeing how Sainz will go about his business with Williams in the coming year. Well, as long as they don't have to adjust the suspension, they can't adjust the suspension quickly, can they? In a pit stop, so they're not allowed to. So I guess it's not the be all and end all if it's a bit fiddly to change. Bortoletto looks comfortable, doesn't he, in that F1 car, in that stake F1 car. Looks right at home. Under 10 minutes to go. The missus will be happy. Just watching the TV coverage of Bortoletto's lap right now. P12 for Bortoletto, 31.6, fastest lap for him today. Takes him ahead of Lewis Hamilton. But of course, all those... I mean, Antonelli was the quickest AM runner earlier on today, and he's in P7. So definitely quicker track conditions as the day has gone on, when the track's got rubbing in. Slightly cooler now as well. Air temperature, 14.6 degrees, and track temperature is now down to 17.8. So yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, it was quite a good lap, that. Not too many adjustments for Bortoletto. Still chance for George to do a glory run, yeah. How am I not tired yet? I'm starting to feel it a bit now, Jordan. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, the extra hours taking its toll. Surprised I didn't make a ranking livery vid. I guess because we kind of did that live on stream. Yeah, I didn't really couldn't be bothered to repurpose it, to be honest with you. Bit of lack of time as well, Taco. But yeah, I'm going to put predictions up tonight at some point. It'll probably be later on tonight after dinner to edit together. So, what team is doing the best so far? Difficult to say. I mean, look, you can't look past the fact that Lando Norris has looked comfortable. He's only done 51 laps compared to kind of those around him. But yeah, Lando just feels like he's picked up where he left off. So, Charles Glory run incoming. He's on 11 lap hold mediums though. Really? Unless they decide to turn up the lap. Nah, 30.5 in the first sector. No. No glory run. Wishful thinking, Connor. No, we're seeing this to the end, bro. We're seeing this to the end. Oh, hang on. Lando is going back out again, by the way. Lots of aero spray going on the left-hand side of the car, by the way. Apparently they were saying that Lando did have an issue with his car earlier on today. It took him quite a while to get that car sorted. So, yeah, that wasn't... I don't think that was them playing around with the car earlier on when it took him so long to initially get out and start carrying on. Benasia? I have no idea if that pronunciation's correct or not. I apologise if I've been butchering your name all day. Any plans on doing more special events? I think, unfortunately, they're on F1 weekends, though. There are some that aren't on F1 weekends. I am going to try and tie up for some special events, yes. I do want to do some. But, yeah, F1 takes priority. Yeah, probably, Connor. The whole left-hand side... I've never seen so much Floviz paint on this car. The whole left-hand side is covered. Only 5 minutes remaining. They need to get him out of there. So, is he going to come out on a fresh set? Go on, Lando. Give us one more time. Give us one more time. Come on, you can do it. One more time. Looking like a Stake F1. It's still a better paint job than the Stake F1. It's more green. There's more green on that Williams than there is on the actual Stake F1 car. I have a daughter, yeah. Yeah, that's the little one that you saw earlier on today. What's up with Piastri? He didn't go out too earlier on. Why did I say that twice? He went out earlier on today in the AM session, and he won't be back out till tomorrow. Nothing wrong with him, just the fact of it, he stuck to a run plan, and that's what he was doing, so. Ah, boo! Norris on the hard compound tyre. Boo! We want some decent lap times. Bortoletto's on a fresh set of mediums, though, but he's still going slower than he did last time. I bet is Lando even going to do a full lap, or is he just going to go round and then go back into the pits? I agree, Raymond. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, I think last year is a very important year for Lando Norris in his career, and I think many will look back on it. I have a feeling next lap Max could go full sends to get fast lap. You reckon? I don't know if he'd be able to do that on 13 lap mediums. I mean, I say that. Will he be able to? Probably, if they turn the engine mode up and stuff. So. So they're just saying the reason Lando's going slow is because they want him to go at a constant speed that they can replicate in the wind tunnel later on. So that's why Lando's going slow. He seems to be going quite abnormally slow though, but yeah, that's what they're saying. Leclerc has to lock in for his first season so he can get for this season so he can get his first championship. Yeah. I'm intrigued to see how he rises to the challenge of Lewis joining, because it will overshadow Leclerc. But maybe that will help him. Maybe that'll be kind of take some focus and attention away from him this year with it all being on Lewis. We know Lewis can cope with that, but and I think Leclerc can cope with that as well. But he's always been like the main center of attention at Ferrari, and it might do him some good. I think wind tunnel is limited to 160 kph. So yeah, if he's stuck, he's literally going round in second gear. So Norris is locked in at 100 kilometers an hour, constant. Yeah. I'm quite surprised they're able to get away with that, to be honest. I wonder if I'm surprised they're allowed to do that, but true. But then he's also his left mirror is covered in flow-vis, so he can't see anything coming up his left-hand side. Glory run for Bortoletto. No, 31.1 in the first sector. No good. There's no purples out there. There's no purples or greens. 20 seconds till the first day of 2025 testing is over and done with, guys. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining me today and persevering through this first test. Of course, we had some technical issues to start off the AM stream, but we got it sorted. It's all rectified, and we're ready to rock and roll again tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully it'll be even better than it was today. They're trying to stop a photographer from taking photos of the McLaren. Interesting. They're absolutely blocking off that McLaren right now. But there we go. Testing is over and done with for the first day. There we go. Over and done with. What a day it has been. What a day it's been. Ocon, 86 laps, yes. So let's have a rundown of the final standings of the first day. These mean absolutely diddly squat, everyone. But let's have a look through them anyway, regardless, and see how many laps they've all conducted. So Lando Norris tops the top of the timing sheets for testing first day of 30.43. 1.5 tenths faster than George Russell, and Lando did 52 laps, and Russell did 68 laps. Not maybe as many laps as McLaren wanted Norris to do, but still a sufficient amount anyway. Russell, P2, another 69 laps for him. Sorry, it's so childish. Verstappen, P3. 74 laps for him. Decent set of running for him today. Leclerc, 70 laps, 30.8, 30.6 for Verstappen. So within half a tenth of Norris. Sainz in Williams. His first official session in the Williams. 67 laps for him. Half a second back with a 30.9. Gasly, 72 laps in P6. Antonelli, who was out in the morning session, P7. He was the fastest of the morning runners. Lawson was second fastest of the AM runners in P8. 58 laps for him. Antonelli, 78 laps. So everyone got a decent amount of laps here today. Albon, 63 in P9. Tsunoda, 78. Hadjar, 75. That's a fair amount of laps for the RB team there, or the Racing Bulls team, as they're now called, officially called, in 10th and 11th. Bortoletto finally got a decent time lap in with 59 laps completed. 1.2 seconds back from Norris. Hamilton in 13th, 70 laps for him, of course, further down the pack because he was out in the AM, which was considerably slower track conditions than they were in the PM session. Doohan, 14, 68 laps completed. Alonso and Stroll quite comfortably with the least amount of laps between them. 46 laps Alonso and 41 laps for Stroll. Not sure if that's by design. But seemed like, Stroll specifically was in the pits in his box for a very long time this afternoon. Piastri in P17. Do not fear, Piastri fans. Just testing. Hulkenberg P18. And Ocon and Behrman consciously, deliberately going slower than everyone else today. As Connor reports a high downforce package on their car, it seems, for today. And they were 19th and 20th. But they seem happy with their runs. So, yeah. There we go, guys. There we go. That is it. How much flow vis was on that Macca? Unbelievable amount, Connor. Unbelievable. But yeah, that is it for today, guys. I hope you've enjoyed this watch along. If you, as always, hit that like and subscribe button on your way out of the stream. We got an extra hour today, but we didn't expect due to that power cut. So yeah, have a lovely rest of your day. Have a good evening. Have a good day if you are in the world. And yeah, we'll catch you again 7 a.m. in the morning for day 2 of testing. So yeah, I'm going to sign off. Starting to feel a little bit tired myself. And we'll see you then. Thanks as always, guys. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Bye.